Good afternoon, honorable members. We must resume our business. Welcome, Honorable Noma Butelis from the MKP. Thank you so much for coming to support us. I saw Honorable Trolip was also here before we took a break. We want to thank you so much, honorable members, for giving the committee your unqualified support. Thank you so much. SC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. Good afternoon, Advocate Batohi. Advocate Batohi. Good afternoon. Just three more things from our side. The first is you had during the break discussed the issue of the disclosure or non-disclosure of the name. Do you want to respond to that, to the chair, through the chair?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We've discussed that. I've discussed it with Senior Counsel. We will get a legal opinion on this, but we will seriously consider the two options that the committee has put before us, and that is the one to either do it in a closed session or to submit a document to the chair with the name before the committee concludes its work. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Matthys.
Just a clarity question. Why before the committee finishes its work and not even in the next couple days? Like why would the legal opinion, etc., take such a long time?
Can I note hands of members who want to speak? Honorable Malema, Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Skosana.
No, thanks, Chair. You know, NDPP, it's so embarrassing because behind there is a senior counsel. You see what we are paying for? This is what we are paying for. She brought a senior counsel here. She still wants to be consulting somewhere, how? When you brought a senior counsel here? How much per hour are we paying the senior counsel brought by the NDPP? We can't accept that. At the end of today's session, we'll ask the media to leave, and she will have to give us that name. We can't leave here without that name. The senior counsel is here. It means there's going to be another second senior counsel. How much is that going to cost us as government? These are the resources of the state we're speaking about that the NDPP should be looking after. So we need that name before we leave here, Chair. When we finish, we excuse the members of the media and the public. We have a closed session, and then we are given the name here. There's no any other consultation which can be made anywhere else. When they brought a senior counsel here, we understood his presence to be meaning on such matters, they want to quickly consult and be able to provide answers. Now we're being told something else before the committee conclude its work. Seated there, seated here, I don't know when is this committee concluding its work. And she's saying she's going on a retirement in January. Someone is going to come and say, no, I'm new, I don't understand, I still want to familiarize myself with the environment, like the one who took the whole year familiarizing themselves and not giving deputies responsibilities. We're going to have the same problem. So we shouldn't allow that. We shouldn't allow that. So please, Chair, I suggest when we close, we have a closed session, we get the name.
Honorable Sangun.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, I think to a large extent I've been covered by Honorable Malem, because what I was going to say is that there are no two options for consideration, Advocate Batohi. We normally take decisions here based on a majority, and I think the majority of members were agreeing to a closed session and which session we understood to be happening today. I remember Honorable Mates even said we can break and have that discussion. So I think that is what was most acceptable to the committee in terms of the deliberations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I think that we should, in fact, agree that that has to happen now, SC. You know, this issue of postponement, for me, it reminds me of why we are in this problem in this country. You have the Sezomenyiwe case which has been going for long, for a very long time. We are still talking about Sezomenyiwe because the justice system is failing our people. We can't have a NDPP here with us here, sitting with us here, and then it's going to go and ask for a legal opinion elsewhere. We are here. Last week we had Advocate Johnson. He left some documents, no attachment. Now we are here again, we are going back to that. It's unacceptable, Chair. It's unacceptable, Chair. For me, it's like, yeah, thank you, Chair.
But I did not hear what you are saying. What are you saying, Honorable Skosana?
I'm saying this must happen now, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
Advocate, it is extremely disappointing. I shared my views earlier, and I was hoping that you would see how the committee is accommodating what you are saying, but you are not returning the same gesture. And perhaps it's not even a gesture, it is. This committee is constituted constitutionally. You have a constitutional obligation as a witness, a credible witness, to assist us in this investigation. By you withholding that information, even though we are providing a closed session for you, is very disappointing. And you would be responsible yourself for now tainting your legacy here. After having served with so much excellence and tact internationally and here in the country, to come here at almost the end of your journey in the profession with the NPA, for you to now appear as though you would prioritize the protection of one person over and above the protection of South African citizens. I would implore you, I would urge you to reconsider and make it a point that we do a closed session today and you share with us the evidence that you have that we can use in our investigation for this purpose. So I stand with the House, with my fellow colleagues, that you have to give us that name today during a closed session. That is the best we can do. Thank you, Chair.
Well, the motion is agreed to. At the end of today's session, or at the end of today's proceedings, we shall have that closed session. Thank you.
Immediately or later. Immediately or later.
No, I said that at the end of today's proceedings, we shall immediately have a closed session.
You must remember that immediately does not mean now.
I have simplified it for every one of you to understand. at the end of today's proceedings, we shall immediately have a closed session. And in this case, it resonates with what Honorable Nhlanhla is saying, that immediately does not mean.
If I may, Chair, thank you very much. I understand the reason why this committee wants the name. This relates to it goes to the very heart of your mandate. And I want to, Chair, respectfully say that in response to, I think it's Honorable Saul's and maybe other members also, I'm not protecting an individual. So I want to be clear, because if I was protecting a member of the NPA, I would not have referred the matter for a criminal investigation. I take it very seriously, and that matter is being investigated. Criminal charges are being investigated. So there's absolutely no issue of protecting any individual. It's just that we have rights in the Constitution, and we must respect those rights. And as the National Prosecuting Authority, we have, as a matter of policy, we have never disclosed the names of people that are the subject of any investigation, even disciplinary matters and criminal investigations. We, as a matter of policy, do not do that. So I hear what the House is deciding. I will have to confer with my counsel again. And to Honorable Malema, just to say that Council has indicated this is a serious constitutional issue, and we don't want to be disrespectful at all. Council needs to understand the context of what happens in these hearings so that we can get good advice that is properly contextualized. It's not just requesting something in a vacuum. So in that sense, I asked, the indulgence, but we hear what the committee is saying, and I will have to consult with the council again before the closed session, Chair. Thank you.
Chair?
No, I don't want us to.
No, I just want to clarify.
Go back to discuss the matter, because
Not to discuss, Chair. I just want to clarify.
we have taken a decision, isn't it?
Chair, can I just clarify what Advocate has said about myself? I was not saying that you are protecting Advocate. I was saying you are causing it to appear as though. And so I was encouraging you or discouraging you against that.
Thank you, Chair. Understood.
SC, may we proceed?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Advocate Batohi. Yeah, the second issue relates to the accountability of IDEC, and in particular the head of IDEC, which arose during the evidence of Advocate Johnson, the head of IDEC. You deal with it from paragraphs 52 onwards. We know, well, there's certainly, it seems as if that's the proposed legislation, makes provision for the appointment of an independent judge, Judge Ralinga, who has been appointed. But what is the current position there, and what has been the position prior to his appointment?
Honourable Chair, the appointment of the judge in terms of the NPA Act was provided for as a complaints mechanism for IDAC staff. They can complain, the judge will investigate complaints made against IDAC staff or even by IDAC staff where their work is being interfered with. So, but as this House knows, that those relevant sections have not yet been put into operation. And it is something that the Department of Justice is working on in order to ensure that the Act is brought into operation. But even though this is the case, the Public Service Act and the Public Service Regulations still apply to members of IDAC in terms of any disciplinary processes relating to complaints that may be lodged against members. So just to say that there's no gap in terms of if there is a complaint, nothing will be done. The matter will be investigated in terms of those provisions. But the IDAC herself, of course, being a DPP, the coming into the operation of the Act doesn't even matter. If there's a complaint against the IDAC herself, then of course, being a presidential appointment, there could be an investigation in terms of our OEA, and potentially, if the evidence supports it, then a recommendation to the president. But that is the legal framework at the moment to deal with complaints against IDAC staff members.
So, because this was also a criticism which I'm sure might be taken or explored further by honourable members. So there's no mechanism currently, independent third-party mechanism to ensure accountability and oversight. It's still in-house.
Until those regulations are promulgated, yes, it is currently the Public Service Act and regulations will apply.
And the criticism which you will understand is that this is not a satisfactory state of affairs.
I want to agree. I mean, in a constitutional democracy, you know, when an institution like the IDAC has the powers that it has, none of us as citizens want to be on the wrong side where somebody, IDAC, acts improperly or not in terms of their mandate, and, you know, and we as citizens are affected by that. So I agree that the mechanism needs to be promulgated as fast as possible, put into operation rather, as fast as possible. But in the meantime, I can give the assurance that if there are any complaints against IDAC staff, they will be properly investigated, as are complaints against any NPA member. We investigate and make sure that there's consequences. But the appointment of a judge will actually give a higher and better complaints mechanism to ensure that IDAC acts properly within its mandate.
Thank you, Edwin Batohi. My last issue relates to bail, the granting of bail. And the reason why I raise it with you and giving you an opportunity to discuss it with the Honourable Committee is the criticism of former Minister Cele, who maintains that hard-working, honest police officials are often let down, disappointed. They end up even being killed because what he describes as dangerous criminals. Presumably is also referring to accused of dangerous crimes, murder, rape, robbery, being let out on bail and then continuing to conduct a reign of terror. Is there a policy? We know that bail is granted by the presiding magistrate or judge. Where does the prosecution fit into this picture?
So the purpose of bail is to, as you know, secure the attendance of an accused person before court. And a prosecutor can object to bail in circumstances where the accused person is either a flight risk or will interfere with investigations. And I should say that in some instances where bail is granted, hardworking, honest prosecutors feel equally aggrieved as police investigators, because especially if we are objecting to bail, and more often than not, if a police investigator advises the prosecutor that bail should be objected to, it's very rare that a prosecutor will not object to bail, because it's the police investigator that must give the evidence to object to bail. And if the evidence is there, we would generally object to bail. And of course, yes, bail is granted by the judiciary. I should say that I'm aware that in the process of the amendment to the Criminal Procedure Act, there are considerations in terms of how this regime can be strengthened. But that is the position with regard to the granting of bail.
The default position is that you're entitled to be granted bail, subject obviously to meeting certain conditions, flight risk, attendance at court, etc., unless it's in the interest of justice not to grant bail. But that involves the prosecution leading evidence that it's not in the interest of justice to do so, and it obviously depends mostly on the investigating officer to either lead that or deduce that evidence or through other witnesses.
That's absolutely correct.
And then you have the extreme cases, the Schedule 5 and 6 offences, I think, where the accused, they have to show exceptional circumstances where they should be granted bail. So there's a bit of a reverse onus.
That's correct.
But notwithstanding that, you still find Schedule 5, Schedule 6 alleged offenders getting bail.
As I said, evidence is presented before the courts. And, the stronger the evidence that the police present to the prosecutor, we'll be able to present that evidence. And where in circumstances where we find that the magistrate or judge got it wrong, we will appeal against it. And that has happened as well. But those are the only remedies that we have.
I think the reason why this issue arises and why I'm asking you about it today also is that's again a potential weakness in this chain where it's susceptible to bribery and corruption, and sometimes the reasons are just inexplicable why an accused is getting bail given the nature of the offence, given the evidence being led by the investigating officer.
You're absolutely right. And, so we got to strike the balance between a person's right to freedom and, of course, the necessity to ensure that crime is properly prosecuted and those that are accused are held accountable. And so perhaps the amendment process to the Criminal Procedure Act might strengthen that, but currently that is the legal framework within which we operate. And as I said, where we believe that the decision was wrong, we appeal those decisions. But sometimes it's not that clear.
Thank you very much, Advocate Batohi. Thank you, Honourable Chair. That concludes my section of leading evidence.
This is very, very beautiful. You should have warned me that you are only going to take 20 minutes after lunch. I doubt if, honorable members, are you ready? Are you sure? I have said to you that we only have one day because tomorrow we have the medium-term budget policy statement. So full member, I'm allocating 30 minutes. Alternate, I'm allocating 10 minutes. And the time is inclusive of the responses. So at 2:30, it's now 25 minutes past 2. Honorable Nhlanhla and Honorable Sokanyile, you are starting at 2:30. Your time ends at 10 minutes past 3. And Honorable Shongwe and Honorable Nomvalo, your time starts at 10 minutes past 3 and ends at 10 minutes to 4. Did you hear what I'm saying? Yeah. And you know the rules about time, ne?
And you start immediately.
You show respect to fellow members by the manner in which you respect time. when your time is up, it is up. No negotiations. You can't extend time. You can extend many things, but it's not possible to extend a second or a minute.
Yeah. Can we start immediately? Chair?
Yeah, I'm saying the clock will start ticking at 14:30.
Why, Chair? Not now.
I can't hear what Honorable Breitenbach is saying behind you because a microphone is not on.
We all want to start right now. We don't need to wait 3 minutes.
Okay. You want him to start immediately?
Yes, he's ready. For the first time in his life, he's ready. Let him go.
Okay. Can we start? Thank you so much, Honorable Buteles. Thank you so much.
It's God.
Can we start, Honorable Nhlanhla? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And
Chair. We have that problem of MK again. They are out. We don't know if they will come back or what, I don't know.
highly possible that they've been changed, Chair. So let's be patient.
The Honorable Skosana, you might have seen him. He came to me to say, no, I will be back. Chairperson, I'm not leaving. So I just assume that those other members have some pressures that they have to deal with. They should come back immediately. If we have to use it in its appropriate context. Okay, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chair. 1212, Chair, but if time is against me, I know you will humbly borrow me 10 minutes from your time. Thank you very much, Chair. NTPP, good afternoon. I know that when you are doing what we called then the attorney's board examination, where there's specific module on ethics, I know when you do a master of laws, you do an ethical clearance application. So that whenever you want to move on your research, you are ethically cleared. I'm not quite sure when you do a pupillage if there is a particular module specifically training prospective legal practitioners to focus on or this expected ethical standard from legal practitioners. Is there one?
So, Chair, through you, is Honourable Member Honourable Nhlanhla referring to in the NPA?
No.
Generally?
I'm talking about, I spoke about attorneys in general. So I'm up because I've never been involved in the pupillage curriculum. So I'm talking about, is there a module that specifically trains advocates on ethical standards expected of advocates of the High Court of South Africa?
I have to be honest, Chair, I don't know, but I certainly hope that there is.
Okay. Fortunately, we've got about 6-7 advocates in the room. They may later help, because I'm asking this particularly because the head of IDEC, Advocate Andrea Johnson, considered before this committee that she has been part of a recruitment panel that has actually employed her husband. Do you think that is that conduct ethically and legally correct?
I have to agree, on the face of it, it is very bad error of judgment. She should not have been on that panel. She agreed before this House as well that that was not something she should have done. And I agree with that. If your husband is on a potential candidate, you should not be on a panel. Although she explained the steps that she took to make sure that she wasn't part of his interview, but still, I think I agree, it was a bad error of judgment. I've only just received the information last week, and I'll look into it and see whether that was appropriate conduct, if there's anything that needs to be done about it. This was 20 years ago or so. She was a young prosecutor at the time, but it's certainly something that will need to be looked at because on the face of it, it's a really bad error of judgment. She should not have been on that panel.
Thank you. General Khumalo, amongst other charges that he's facing, is a matter relating to an employment of a brigadier or an SAPS official. Amongst the issues that which have made IDEC or motivated IDEC to arrest General Khumalo is that particular matter. Do you think that Advocate Andrea Johnson should suffer the same consequences?
I don't know the details of the case involving the IDAC case, but what I can say is that context is sometimes everything, and one has to look at the evidence, the circumstances, the context of each case before you can decide whether the consequences should be the same or not.
So is it the evidence of the NTPP that until date, she has never received any form of update in respect of the IDEC case against General Dumisani Khumalo?
Can you please repeat that?
I'm saying, is it the evidence of the NTPP that until this date, she has never received an update or a report in relation to the case of IDEC against the head of crime intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo?
Thank you, Honorable Member. No, through you, Chair, that's not the case. I have certainly received high-level reports on this case prior to the arrest. That is the position.
Okay, let's start on prior the arrest. An adult male from Parliament goes to IDEC and alleges that they have got an intelligence information which they picked up from the doorstep, but does not bring that information, but bring the word of mouth that I picked up this, and then I'm going to do an affidavit with you explaining it. Then that informs the basis of the arrest of General Khumalo. So, was it supposed to happen like that, or how does it naturally become procedurally correct?
So, through you, Chair, to Honourable Member, the IDAC has certain processes which Andrea Johnson explained to this House. I'm not involved in those processes. But of course, the start of the process was the referral by one of the honourable members of this House. But after that, I'm not aware of, the precise nature of those processes, except that I do know there's a preliminary investigation and there's potentially an investigation that will be authorized. But the IDAC has its internal processes to assess the evidence at each stage.
So you don't have the details of a case between an investigative directorate against corruption, which falls within the ambit of NPA, against the head of crime intelligence in the country?
That's correct. I don't have the details. As I explained earlier, the NPA, the National Director, is a review mechanism. I don't have the details of the case. And if General Khumalo or anyone else is aggrieved about that decision to prosecute, as I outlined earlier, they are at liberty to refer the matter, to bring a representation to the National Director to consider that matter, and then decide whether the decision of the IDAC head was correct or not.
Can I come to IDEC to lay a complaint against whoever, and allege that I've got in possession, I am in possession of classified information, intelligence information, and I don't have a clearance certificate to handle classified intelligence information, will IDEC be legally in correct parameters to attend to such a case?
IDAC's mandate is to investigate crime. And in my view, if IDAC gets evidence of criminality, they have an obligation to investigate it. The other side of it is the legality, etc., can be disputed at a later stage. But I would think that IDAC's mandate requires it to investigate cases as such.
Oh, okay, maybe let's move on this one. Can a labor recruitment process of any institution become a criminal trial against anyone who was part of a panel or was part of a interview selection panel and all that? Can it be a criminal case?
Honourable Member, I have what Advocate Johnson mentioned in this House, that the way state capture happened was that critical people were recruited and replaced, many boards, etc., and in the granting of tenders, specific people are appointed to specific positions. That was her evidence. And I don't know what the evidence is surrounding just the recruitment. She also said that this was part of several other matters. And so, to answer your question crisply, it would depend on the evidence.
Okay. General Mkhwanazi appeared before the committee and narrated a story, a very sad story when you look at it from the face value. Now, there was a time when securing a warrant of arrest against an accused person was actually eminent. To an extent that the prosecutor did sign, so when it was to be taken to a magistrate, so that a warrant of arrest is officially issued, that prosecutor received a call from the bosses. The bosses in this context would mean someone higher than him or her in the NPA. Then later came back and said, I am withdrawing my signature on this because I don't want to lose my job. Now, part of what 3.1 of the terms of reference of this committee is to investigate collusion, whether there is collusion between state officials and crime syndicates. So have you noticed any form of collusion except that one that you don't want to mention his name here? We are going to mention later. But have you noticed from 2019 until this date, as you're presiding over the prosecuting authority, any form of or characters or features or signs of collusion by the NPA officials and crime syndicates?
Honourable Chair, I can't say that I've noticed collusion between NPA and crime syndicates, NPA members and crime syndicates. But what I can say is the OEA has been getting reports of compromised prosecutors who are involved in criminal activity that is under investigation. But organized crime syndicates, I can't say that I have that information.
Okay. Let's step out of that. 6 July 2025, General Mkhwanazi takes it to the public and alleges that NPA is playing part in aiding criminal syndicates to evade justice. Then since then until now, before we called you to this committee, what internal mechanisms has the NDPP established to ensure the truthfulness or the untruthfulness of the allegations, and to ensure that there are systematic mechanisms that are will enable NPA to avoid such kind of things? Because you'll remember, between me and you, we know that there are part of the cases, big cases, that have directly damaged the image of the NPA. So this is adding to that. So what did the NDPP do in between this time? Because I would ask, because, for example, the Chief Justice did issue out looking for evidence and all those things, because judges, judiciary. So what were the steps taken by the leadership of the NPA in attending to the matter?
So, look, these processes are unfolding in the Nhlanhla Commission as well as in the ad hoc. Now, we've testified, the National Commissioner has testified. I discussed it with Advocate Johnson, and I will be writing to the National Commissioner to ask him to reveal that we want the names of those prosecutors that General Mkhwanazi alleges is involved in any kind of criminal activity, because this is something that we have to investigate. There were no names mentioned. I don't know that he was pressed to reveal names in this committee, but he didn't reveal them. I wish he did. Would have made it easier for us as well.
Actually, I was the first member to ask him questions, and the first thing I said was that, tell us names.
And he didn't.
He did, to a certain extent.
Okay, so,
And passed others to General Khumalo.
Chair, those are the names that we need. And I will be writing to the National Commissioner to get that information, to make sure that's properly investigated. It's just that we need to time it, because there are these other inquiries that are going on, but it's an urgent matter that needs attention.
Okay. Let's take it back to your conversation with the evidence leader of your sentiments on infiltration of the NPA, which when you were explaining it, you said there are people within the organization who do not have the interest of justice at heart. Did you mean what we are experiencing now? Or you meant something completely different from what is accused by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
I meant something different, because you'll recall, Honorable Member, through you, Chair, that I made my comments before he did. And so I had no idea what he was going to be talking about. So they were not related.
Do you have internal mechanisms to detect and tackle corruption within the organization?
We have aspirant prosecutors go through a course. They go through ethical training as well. We have the Office of Ethics and Accountability that's been set up to be proactive in terms of and trying to create a culture of high standards of ethics, and as well as investigating thereafter reactively. We also have a hotline that any member of the public can make reports to, so that we can get the information regarding potentially unethical conduct by prosecutors.
Have you ever been invited to a meeting of the Interministerial Committee dealing with the political killings?
Sorry, Honorable Member, which meeting?
Meetings, interministerial meetings, dealing with political killings. You'll recall that PKTT is a born child of an interministerial committee, where NPA is part of the PKTT.
Honorable Member, not that I can recall that I ever attended an interministerial committee meeting relating specifically to PKTT.
So you don't know how effective has NPA been in aiding the fight against political killings?
I have the statistics from the PKTT, and whether it's been effective or not, we have numbers, but we don't know the extent of this problem, but certainly there are people that have been arrested and have been charged. So we have those figures.
How many political killings matters have been prosecuted?
I'll have to get those figures. I don't have them at hand. But
You said you have.
Pardon me?
You said you have.
We have numbers. The NPA has numbers.
Okay. So as things stand, you don't know how many prosecutions out of the work of the PKTT and how many successful prosecutions out of the work of the PKTT NPA was part of.
I don't have those figures before me.
Okay. Can the NDPP later submit that information through writing? So on the PKTT dissolution, remember PKTT is a multidisciplinary team. On the dissolution of the PKTT, has there been an information sharing, consultation, briefing about the dissolution of the PKTT NPA is part of?
Chair, there's been no meeting with the police, not that I'm aware of, certainly not at national level. The National Commissioner did mention to me at some point that the Minister had ordered that the PKTT be disbanded, but that it had not happened. But that was not really a consultation, it was a casual,
So you heard it from the corridors?
I think you could call it a corridor talk. Yeah.
You were on the way walking out of a tea room, then you were briefed?
Absolutely, that's the way it happened. It was an informal conversation.
Okay. On your affidavit, on paragraph 6.3, you make mention of the criminal justice value chain, which I think is one important aspect if we are to fight crime effectively. Now, the common knowledge is that SAPS becomes the first point of entry in the criminal justice system. So, to what extent and in what occasions does IDEC become the first point of entry in the criminal justice value chain?
That's in terms of referrals, in terms of the NPA Act.
Okay. That's fine. Let's talk about the reasonable prospects of a successful prosecution. Do we have internal norms and standards that govern or that determines to what extent, what kind of evidence and that? Or it solely rests with that particular individual prosecutor to take that decision, then it can be overturned later?
Our prosecution policy sets out criteria to be considered in determining whether the standard is met.
Okay. Is IDEC independent?
IDEC is part of the NPA, and the independence of the NPA is guaranteed in the Constitution. I would say the National Prosecuting Authority is not sufficiently independent in that its financial and operational independence still needs to be addressed. The Minister has committed to dealing with this matter. I'm pleased she takes it very seriously, and this House, well, the Justice Committee, Portfolio Committee, has also dealt with this issue, and I'm hopeful. The Minister has indicated that there will be legislation, this matter will be dealt with before the end of this financial year. It is very, it affects the operations and effectiveness of the NPA broadly, not to have its own accounting officer in many ways. And so that is why I say it's not sufficiently independent, because the DG of Justice is the accounting officer of the NPA.
So the independence would mean that the NDPP be the accounting officer of the NPA?
There are options. That's the SARS model. And in fact, the SAPS as well. The National Commissioner is the accounting officer. In SARS, the SARS Commissioner is the accounting officer. So that is an option. Or it's having a chief executive officer is also an option. Those things need to be determined by the minister.
So as part of your suggestion to Parliament, is that let there be legislative amendments to strengthen the independence of IDEC and the NPA as a whole?
Absolutely. That is a suggestion to Parliament, and when the minister brings it to Parliament, as she has committed to, I certainly hope that there will be support from the committees to ensure that that happens.
Okay, because the terms of reference actually direct us to also investigate system failures, so that what we get from the testimonies actually inform how we move forward. Myself and you had got a very concerning situation of prosecutors being assassinated. Very worrying situation. Now, do these assassination of prosecutors suggest that it might be a work of some crime syndicates and stuff, trying to silence them on the basis of doing their work?
Is the Honourable Chair, is the Honourable Member saying within staff members? Did I understand the question correctly?
Let me repeat.
Thank you.
Myself and you have been, for quite a long time, been concerned by a growing assassination of prosecutors. And it turns out that in most cases, these assassinations are linked to the cases they're prosecuting. So, does this mean that this is as a result of the work of the alleged crime syndicates trying to silence the prosecutors from doing their work? It's off.
The short answer, Honourable Member, is certainly in the one case, it was people have been arrested, and it was clearly related to a case that the prosecutor was prosecuting involving organized criminals. In the other case, it is not clear whether it was directly linked, but that prosecutor was involved in prosecuting a bail application involving organized criminals. But no one's been arrested there, but certainly the circumstances suggest that it was a hit because nothing was taken. And you're right, it's a very serious and growing concern. In my 40 years of prosecuting, we've not been concerned about prosecutors being killed. Now, we are living in and it demonstrates what's happening in this country. And prosecutors being killed is a new phenomenon. Sadly, we've had police officers that have been killed in the past, but more often for firearms, I would think most of the cases. But now targeting prosecutors for the work that they do, and whistleblowers, and forensic investigators, is something that we as a country have to consider. And that is why I mentioned earlier when I was being led about whistleblower protection. We've asked for an increase in budget to protect prosecutors. These are expensive. It costs a lot of money. And you protect not just the prosecutor, you protect families. And it upsets your life. So it's a very serious issue that as a country, we need to look at how government needs to strengthen its protection mechanisms, also working with the private sector.
But has NPA done an internal assessment on the causal links on the assassination of prosecutors so that it helps you develop proper mechanisms to prevent that?
We've looked at the two recent cases and assessed and analyzed what happened there. Even though one of the cases was clearly because of the work, we have put in place mechanisms to strengthen the safety of prosecutors, our security and risk team in the NPA. We've got mechanisms for them to react at very short notice to give immediate security to prosecutors who feel the threat immediately. But of course, there's a process, if it's not an immediate threat, to assess the risk and to make sure that we protect the right prosecutors. But We will not compromise on the safety of prosecutors. And we've also been engaging with our external partners, with the Canadian government, with our Society of State Advocates, to get trainers in to assist prosecutors to be more proactive, to protect themselves in circumstances and not put themselves out to additional risk.
So out of all the prosecutors that were killed, there is only one case where the alleged perpetrators were arrested.
We have, I think the short answer is yes. I hope I have that right. The short answer is yes. We had 2 prosecutors that were killed this year. And another prosecutor that was killed in what looked like a hit. It was probably about 2 years ago. But there have not been arrests in those matters. There's been arrests only in the one case.
But what are the bottlenecks? Because society expects, at least, that if a person is a police officer, is a prosecutor and stuff, expects that at least justice will quickly be done. But beyond that, as we attend with those families who lose their loved ones, we promise every time that we're going to prioritize this. The statements of NPA do promise that this matter will be prioritized, blah, 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 blah. So, but what are the bottlenecks so that if there is a way Parliament can meet halfway, we do that? What are the actual bottlenecks?
So, through you, Chair, this is a complication that we face with a lot of crimes, and one would expect, correctly so, not that other crimes are less serious, but when it is one of your own, that the police, the prosecutors work together and do everything possible to try to bring the perpetrators to book. What the challenges with investigating these matters are is something I think that's better dealt with by the police. But clearly, whether we have we have more cameras installed, for example, in certain high-risk areas, so that the evidence could become more readily available. I don't know, but it's about the difficulty of getting witnesses, getting evidence, and also people coming forward to testify. So I think the police are best placed to, really talk about the challenges with investigations. I don't know what the challenges in these particular cases have been, but it's a challenge we're facing in dealing with crime in this country generally.
How does all this affect the morale of your staff?
It sends shockwaves through the organization. And, to lose one of your own who's working hard for justice in this country. I went to the home of Tracy Brown and Ilona Sambalula when they passed away. And speaking to the prosecutors, I spoke to one young female prosecutor, and she said, "Ma'am, we are warriors. When one of us falls, we keep fighting." And I feel incredibly touched by the strength of prosecutors who still fight the good fight in extremely dangerous and difficult circumstances. So trying to keep prosecutors motivated at a time when we are under attack in this way is extremely difficult. But I think a lot of prosecutors do the work because it's a calling to serve in a very real way. But something like this, it's very difficult to motivate prosecutors to keep fighting the good fight when we are under attack in this way. So the short answer to your question is, it sends shockwaves, and prosecutors become very fearful.
Evidence suggests that there is a collusion between prosecutors and Metropolitan Police, to an extent that there are instances where EMPD, for example, would arrest someone outside their jurisdiction in Soweto, which is JMPD. But still prosecutors are prosecuting those cases, even at the time when the arresting officer did not have a local standard to arrest because it was outside their jurisdiction. What is your take on that?
It's unacceptable. It is totally unacceptable. And these are things I urge the public. We have an Office for Ethics and Accountability. Please, when these things happen, you must bring it to our attention, because there's an absolute zero tolerance in the NPA for unethical conduct. And the only way we can act on this is if we get people reporting to us. The challenge with corruption is that two people are benefiting. And when these corrupt activities are happening in courts, the person that is receiving the benefit is not going to say that prosecutors are corrupt. So it's extremely difficult, but we have had some information coming through about certain courts where prosecutors are behaving in this manner, and those matters are under investigation by our OEA.
Will the NDPP be assessing all the cases brought by Metropolitan Police to check if they did have jurisdiction over those accused people?
Since the matter has come up, we must certainly do that. And I commit to this House that we will look into that issue.
What damage do you think all this fracas has done to the image of the Independent Prosecuting Authority?
There's damage to the entire system. We have to look at how the system functions. And the system is as strong as its weakest link. So these are all these issues are systemic issues. And of course, they damage the image of the NPA, they damage the independence of the police, of the Metro Police, of the court system. And that is why we need to look at how do we deal with all of these systemic challenges, because they are not going to go away. We need to, as a committee, seriously consider these issues to see how do we strengthen the system. And I'm sure I'll get questions later about the NPA and its image, and I can deal with that later.
Okay, Chair. That's all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, you must hand over to Honorable Nhlanhla, because I was worried that you are eating from her plate.
No, it's few for me.
It is 7 minutes left, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you. Advocate, on paragraph 78 of your statement, you indicate that since you joined the NPA in 2019, you never experienced any undue executive political interference. What, now considering, in your view, what will constitute an undue executive political interference?
Thank you, Honorable Sakandile. It's where a member of the executive tells the prosecuting authority to protect people or to prosecute people who should not be prosecuted for political reasons. That would be undue, as the simplest example of undue executive influence and political interference.
So you have never experienced that?
I have never experienced that ever. And I don't know if as a country we appreciate how important this is. The fact that we have an executive that does not interfere in the work of the prosecuting authority, that supports appropriately the work of the NPA, but does not interfere in terms of its independent mandate, in terms of the Constitution and the Act. And that is such an important aspect of our constitutional democracy and a huge strength that our country should really be proud of at this moment in time.
Okay. You also indicate that you are not winning the fight against organized crime. Do you think that organized crime has its tentacles spread across the criminal justice system, which include the NPA?
I will be surprised if they don't, because organized crime is a business. And in business, the risks are assessed and there's mitigating factors, mitigating measures put in place. And in the case of organized crime, one of the business risks is that you are investigated, you're prosecuted. It's a big business risk. And so trying to secure the protection of politicians, of prosecutors, of police officers, are mitigation measures. And it happens all across the world. So we are vulnerable to that kind of risks.
Through the rogue elements within the prosecutors, it cannot happen.
If there are rogue elements, of course it can happen. And we must make sure that we weed them out and kick them out of the NPA. There's no place for them at all.
Then on paragraph 26, regarding the impartiality of members of the NPA, how is impartiality assessed in the NPA?
The easiest way of assessing impartiality is to ensure that when we prosecute, there's sufficient evidence and we are guided by our policy and policy directives. If all of those, we tick those boxes, then we know we are acting in terms of our mandate and prosecuting when there's a reason to prosecute. And that shows impartiality, and it doesn't matter who is at the end of the prosecution. That's what the rule of law means. You prosecute irrespective of who is the person that you're going to prosecute. It could even be a family member. So it's very important that we actually maintain those standards.
Then looking at the Omotoso case and other cases where judges made scathing remarks about the capacity of prosecutors in prosecuting cases. I've already mentioned the Omotoso case or Omotoso matter. Will you agree that that case didn't build any confidence to the public on NPA? And what interventions were put to address this on capacity challenges within your judges?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I agree that that decision seriously dented confidence in the ability of the NPA and the system to deal with sexual and gender-based violence. But I would urge this committee and the country not to judge the NPA's ability to deal with sexual and gender-based violence on one case, one really important case. I don't want to detract on the importance of that case and what we've done to take lessons from that. But every day, prosecutors across the country are prosecuting sexual and gender-based violence and are getting life sentences. We've got these figures, life sentences, 20 years, 25 years, almost every day in this country. High-profile cases. Look at the Jocelyn Smith case in Cape Town. So I would really urge that we do not judge the ability of the NPA to deal with these matters on a single case, because there's thousands of cases every day that prosecutors across the country are dealing with. Our Tutuzela care centers that we have set up with partners is an international good practice, and we are giving the best service to victims. Our prosecutors can talk about this at international conferences, and other countries are learning from South Africa in terms of how we help victims to go through the court processes. We have court preparation officers in court that make sure that victims are properly prepared to testify in very difficult circumstances. So we've learned strong lessons on Omotoso. We've we've looked at the conduct of the prosecutors. We've reported on this to the Justice Portfolio Committee at length. We've put in place various interventions. We've also looking at our Sexual Offences and Community Affairs Unit, their strategy. We've reassessed that. There's a process to relook at that and see how we can strengthen the work that it does. So there's a lot of lessons that's taken from that one case. It is still on appeal, and we certainly hope that the outcome will mean accountability and justice for the victims at some level.
Looking at the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo, if we're looking at the speed on how things were done, then what we can say about the entity that falls under your direct authority, whereby in some cases there are delays in prosecuting serious and corrupt matters coming from the commissions and elsewhere. But how does it say about the speed in which you acted on the issue of arresting Lieutenant General Khumalo and the prioritization of cases within NPA?
So we get criticized when we act with speed, and we get criticized when we don't act with speed. In this case, the speed of prosecutions depends on the availability of evidence. That is the determining factor. The more complicated a matter, the harder it is to get the evidence, it will take longer. In this one, I can only say that the evidence was available, and that is why the IDAC was able to move as quickly as it did.
You know, the people out there, they're saying that the speed on how we have done it, it is because of the factions within crime intelligence or within your prosecutors. Thank you.
If I could just respond to that, Chair, in 30 seconds, through you, Chair. I'm not sure whether it's related to factions, but as far as the IDAC is concerned, IDAC didn't go after people in crime intelligence. There was a referral. Someone brought the case to them. If that did not happen, IDAC would not have been involved in that case.
Thank you. MKP. Okay, can I check if there are members who want to ask follow-up questions? Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Matthys.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon again, Advocate Batohi. I don't think I got a response on the issue that Honorable Nhlanhla was asking you, just in terms of your knowledge as a jurist, how you handle classified information that's obtained in an illegal manner. Maybe you don't have to reference the IDAC case if you like, but I think the principle that we're trying to get to is that when somebody has obtained classified information they're not supposed to access, how then would you treat that? And then my final question, which is also a follow-up on the issues that they raised, you did say that we are not winning the war against organized crime, and I assume corruption, crime in general. Advocate Batohi, what is broken, right? Because, I mean, the people, a number of witnesses who have sat there, and everybody seems to really skirt around the issues. We'd really like to know what is broken, what do you think needs to be done to fix it? Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, on the issue of illegally obtained evidence, if my memory serves me right, and I haven't been in a court prosecutor for a long time, there is a provision in our Criminal Procedure Act that allows for illegally obtained evidence to be admitted in court as evidence if it serves the interest of justice. And there might even be something in the Constitution, but I'm not sure. But that would be my response to that. On the second part, what is broken in the system? how much of time do you have? Honorable Sangoni, it is, I really don't know where to start. Our crime is ravaging our country. And it seems like we are watching this movie in front of us in slow motion, and those of us in power that should be doing something about it are powerless to do anything about it. That the criminals are taking over our country, organized criminals. As the national director, the one thing that I do is authorize racketeering prosecutions. And the numbers of racketeering prosecutions don't give any confidence that we are, and the types as well, that we are dealing with the top level of organized criminality in this country. I want to hasten to add that there are some good cases, and there are good people within the system that are working really hard. So whatever I'm saying must be taken in that context. But when you start off to deal with crime, you have to have an efficient crime intelligence. That's the starting point. Then you have to have in the police, you have to have not just the numbers. You have General Lebeya, who has testified in Parliament that the Hawks are sitting at 50%. How can you fight crime, serious crime, when you have a 50% vacancy rate? If you have to deal with high-level organized crime and corruption, you need financial capabilities to investigate this. I stand to be corrected, but if I'm not mistaken, General Lebeya at one point said that the Hawks had 2 chartered accountants. 2. And I understand that one of them was recently taken to the private sector because they can afford better salaries. That brings me to the salary issue. We have to be able to have competitive salary scales within government, and I'm not sure that we'll ever be able to participate and to compete with the private sector. But within government, we also have serious issues relating to salaries. For example, the prosecuting authority and I think the police are bound by public service salary scales. The SIU and SARS are not. And so they themselves are able to, people will, as the NPA and as the police, we constantly training people that would leave to join other departments or even leave. So the salary scale, salaries are a really important issue. So, and it's about instilling an ethical culture in our organizations, professionalize. How do you, the public service has had a strategy professionalizing the police, the JCPS agenda for years. What does that mean? Professionalizing the public service, and how do we ensure, what systems do we put in place to make sure that we have a truly professional, ethical public service? And I think it starts with, corruption happens when you have lack of ethical leadership and lack of good governance. And we have to focus on on appointing ethical leadership and ensuring that there's good governance in all our systems to, make sure that we are not susceptible. I don't think we'll ever get rid of corruption, but we minimize the risks. And so then we move to the NPA, we need same capacities, capabilities, skills, the independence, and then you move to the court system. And there are huge challenges there. So that is why I said I don't want to be seen to be taking a lot of time on this, but there's a lot of challenges in the court system. There's from interpreters, for example, the different languages, you need more interpreters. We need to look at how do we use AI in our court systems so that we could be more efficient and get onto the AI bandwagon as well.
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just to address the issue of gender-based violence, Advocate. And I think your response, or how you are saying what the MPA is doing in regards to gender-based violence, is a slap in the face for so many victims right now who have gone to court. And prosecutors have not even bothered child rapists have not even bothered to say that this one must be denied bail. And it happens more often than not. Even those centers, I don't know when last you visited them. I was at the Mohammed Gandhi Hospital in Phoenix the other day. It's hardly even operational. So, and mine is just more of a response that Advocate, don't leave here and like misrepresent. It's almost like a slap in the face of an ordinary South African who has been subjected to this criminal justice system to say that it's working and it's functioning. When it is working and when you are having successful prosecutions, it is an exception rather than the rule. So I'm just asking you to be sensitive to the cries of the ordinary South Africans today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to emphasize that as prosecutors, we are lawyers for the people. We represent victims and we represent the people of this country. And I certainly am not, I didn't say the system is functioning. In fact, when Honorable Sangoni asked questions, Chair, I was very clear that there are lots of challenges in the system. And so we have to look at the systemic challenges. And the work that prosecutors, ordinary prosecutors, every day are doing in courts. Of course, there will be those cases when prosecutors don't do what's expected of them. But that must be reported. We have a sexual offenses and community affairs unit where when we get, if I see a report in the media, for example, I immediately get onto it and I say, I want a report on this. DPP, can you look into this? If I see that there's been some case involving gender-based violence, it's in the media and we haven't acted quickly enough, I ask for a report, I send it through, and I want to know why. But I ask the public, victims of crime, if you're unhappy with any service you're getting from prosecutors, please report it up in the provincial structures. The DPP is there. Please lay your complaints, and you will be listened to, and we will make sure that you get the service that you deserve. I accept it's not perfect. You mentioned the TCC in Durban. We have been working to, the TCCs, we have been working recently together with the private sector to build more TCCs, to refurbish those that were getting into disrepute. And I agree with you, there are some of them that are not the way it should be, because we haven't had funding, we haven't had finances, and we've not been able to really keep them at the standards that we would like to. But working with the private sector, there's been a lot of work that's been done. For example, the one in Madadeni is we've just opened a new TCC because that one was in a terrible condition. So we're working slowly, and as we get the funding, we will be able to, because it's not acceptable that we should have TCCs in that state. But we're working really hard to make sure that they are refurbished, and that when complainants come to an area, it must be conducive to them being able to get all the services that they need.
MKP, your time starts now. It's 24 minutes past 3.
How many minutes are you adding, Chair? I noticed Honorable Nhlanhla of the ANC took about 4 minutes more. She started at 03, finished at 14.
The time is 30 plus 10, 30 for the full member and 10.
Yeah, she took more, Chair. Oh, you're a full member today? Oh, wow. But they said you have 7 minutes left, and then you finish 14 later. No, it's fine, Chair.
I know that the MKP comes from the ANC. No. You can't stop him from being nostalgic about the ANC.
Calm down. When I'm stopping corruption, guys, you must calm down. Please, ANC. Thank you, Chair. Sawubona, ma'am, how are you? Sawubona. I have 2 issues that I came across on social media that I need to ask. Starting with the issue that we're talking about, gender-based violence. I came across an issue of a father in Johannesburg. His name is Asif Kasoji, was an issue with a lawyer called Camilla Pauls, who works for Herald G Attorneys here in Cape Town. Now, my question is, you see, there's this thing of fathers not paying support, and we lack such fathers. But this father pays his due accurately, but is deprived of an opportunity to see his children, spend time with them, see medical cards, medical reports, and all those things, and school reports. Now, and this is happening because there's a blockage from a lawyer, a certain lawyer whom I mentioned here, Camilla Pauls. Now, what I want to know is that, do you take lawyers who have been running their legal firms to be prosecutors? That's my question.
In terms of the NPA Act, we are able to acquire the services of private practitioners to assist the NPA.
Do you vet them?
I think there's some tax clearance requirements. There's confidentiality documents that are signed, but they are not vetted. Vetting takes, I think there's a basic level of vetting. I need to get details on that, but it's not the kind of vetting that happens in SSA.
Okay. So do you check with the LPC the historical background of such lawyers? For instance, it once reported that there is a lawyer, which is this one, in this newspaper. So do you check such historical background of such lawyers?
I will have to check what internal checks are done and come back to you on that. But there is, I think, a basic level of vetting. Whether they check with the LPC, it would certainly be a good thing to do that, and I'll just look into that.
You are widely perceived as a Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa's protector. I think you know about that one.
Not that I'm aware.
Why has it been that he has not been charged with the Phala Phala case?
If the chair will give me a moment, I just want to get my facts in terms of where this matter is currently. There's two matters in this matter. There's two matters in relating to the Phala Phala case. One is the possession of US dollars by the president, case opened by Mr. Arthur Fraser, and the other is, and this particular case is in the, a decision was taken by, no, there's no decision on the matter yet. This matter is with the DPP, I think it's Limpopo. The file is with the Specialized Commercial Crime Unit in the head office, and they are going to get a panel to sit on this matter to consider it, but there's no decision. So that is that matter. The other matter relates to theft of cash from the president's farm, which is in court.
Okay, tell me about this one. The section. Oh.
Can I check what is the point, Honorable Malem?
No, Chair. She can't say she's not aware of where the decision lies on the matter of Phala Phala, because there's a decision by DPP in Limpopo not to prosecute. And even the head of IDEC told us that the matter is with her because there were people who took that matter on review. And the question is, why is she unable to prosecute on that matter? Even when Limpopo declined, there was a review which was brought to attention. That's where that matter is. To say there's no decision on Phala Phala is incorrect.
What I want you to do is to hold that question and allow the honorable member to conclude his questioning. I will come back to yourself and Honorable Nomval. As a belief, honorable members, you are going to distract the chain of thought of the honorable member. Just take note of your questions. You will be afforded that time. You see, my problem is if I deviate from the principle, and then we
Awungabavulela chess bezo. But not on my time.
will end up having unintended consequences. May you continue, Honorable Noval. I'm going to credit you for 4 more minutes.
I appreciate that, Chair. But kindly do me a favor, Chair. When my 10 minutes lapse, can you stop me so that I don't take his time? Thank you very much. Okay, on that note, ma'am, the Section 189 parliamentary panel, chaired by former Justice Sandile Ngobo, do you remember that one, right? Found a prima facie case evidence against President Ramaphosa. The former head of Hawks publicly stated that investigation report is already on your desk. So why have you not acted on that?
Chair, I want to understand for clarity, is the honourable member saying that someone from the Hawks said the matter was on the National Director's desk?
Yes,
That's incorrect. I've never received this matter.
you've never. Should we do a follow-up and find that the matter you did receive? Are you willing to come on record and say, I did and I didn't act on it?
I would have received reports from the DPP, but certainly not a complaint from the Hawks relating to this matter. I'm not dealing with a review process. They would have been reporting in terms of high-profile matters, but there's nothing on my desk for my consideration in this matter.
You spoke of ethical leadership. So, do you regard yourself as an ethical leader?
I do.
Why have you not acted on Palapal?
I beg your pardon?
Why have you not acted on Palapal?
Because there are processes to be followed in the legal process. The DPP takes a decision on the matter or not. And of course, anybody is entitled to ask that the National Director review this matter. That review process is not kicked in, but I'm trying to get clarity on whether Honorable Malema might be correct, whether the DPP in fact took a decision in this matter, and whether there is a review process in the SCCU head office. But I want to get clarity on that. But for now, to be clear through you, Chair, the matter is not on my desk. I have never considered this matter or the merits of this matter.
So the ethical leader in you doesn't say do something about Palapala. Anyway,
There are processes at the moment that are happening. The matter is at the head office.
the ethical leader in you.
That's correct. There are processes and the matter is at the SCCU in the head office.
So the ethical leader in you only says that. It doesn't say do something about Palapala. It only says just know where the matter is.
That's not correct. If the DPP has done anything wrong in taking the decision, then of course I must intervene. And there are processes, the matter is with the SCCU head office at the moment.
Let's pass. Do you know Paul O'Sullivan?
I beg your pardon?
Do you know Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
I've never met him, but he does send emails. I may have met him at I better hasten to add, if he was at some social event where I was there with him, I might have, but I can't recall.
Chair, I think I'll end here and donate my time to Honorable Nomvalo. Thank you. If I may.
Just hold it there. Thank you so much. The honorable members who want to make follow-ups, can I see your hands? Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Malem, Honorable Breitenbach. And I must remind you that there is no honorable member who is going to be allowed to make a follow-up on the question that he or she asked. Thank you. Can we proceed in that order?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. My follow-up relates to the first question of Honorable Shongwe about enrolling attorneys who have been running their private firms into your organization. You know, there are lawyers who have been struck off the roll by the LPC. Now, I think the question is, if they apply to your organization, do you accept them? But secondly, there are lawyers whose DC hearings are pending or DC outcomes are pending. Like this lawyer that he has mentioned, I think her name is Camilla Pals, practicing in Herald G attorneys. In relation to a matter of Asif Kasuchi, I think it was widely reported in the media that he has been deprived of his parental rights. Now, do you consider such lawyers who have pending cases and lawyers who have been struck off the roll?
I don't consider that they would be people that the NPA should be hiring. So my colleagues have informed me that they do a vetting process, which is normally whether they fulfill the requirements to run a business properly. I don't know what that means. I need to get clarity on that. But also reference checks. But I think we do need to add checking with the LPC if that is not the case, because I certainly agree with Honorable Novembe that we should not be hiring such lawyers to be working with prosecuting cases for us.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, you said that if the decision, the DPP has taken a decision, whether that is that the decision, let me put it in a simple term, doesn't make sense to the people of South Africa. Remember, justice is not operating in a silo. If there's an outcry, as an NDPP, are you not allowed to intervene?
Of course, if there's an outcry and it appears that the DPP has in fact done something wrong, then the NDPP should intervene. But if the reports received by the National Director suggest that the DPP has not done anything wrong and has complied with all the policy requirements, the evidentiary standards, etc., then there's no need to intervene in that matter.
Chair, because I'm still going to have my time about the DPP we are talking about here. I thank you.
Honorable Sangon.
Chair, I didn't have a follow-up. I was just requesting to address you. Can we please ask the DA to ask the Minister of Public Works to get the aircon working? We are dying. It's been 2 weeks. Where is good governance, Chief? Please, Chair. Thank you so much.
Can I respond to that? So the Minister of Public Works has been the Minister for 3 minutes. And for 30 years, the ANC has been the Minister, and they did nothing here. So don't come to me.
Honorable Breitenbach, let me tell you this to you, Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Sangon. You know, Walter Sisulu, when he was asked what made him one of the best secretaries of the ANC, he answered by saying that the day he was elected, he took Walter home and brought a secretary to the ANC. The two of you, can you take the ANC and the DA home and bring public representatives here? Honorable Malem.
No, I wanted to check if Advocate have you confirmed, because it will be very worrisome that you come before this platform and you know one of the high-profile cases you're dealing with is this matter of Phala Phala, and you come and say you don't know what's happening with it. I mean the NPA withdrew this matter. I mean refused to prosecute. And it was announced, and it was said that the matter is before you. I think that should be in 2024, somewhere there, where the DPP of Limpopo said it's not prosecuting, and then there was an outcry, and the response was that the matter is being reviewed by the NDPP.
Chair, can I clarify? Yes, I've now got clarity on this. My notes were not clear. It is a review process. The matter is in the head office in the NPA. It's being dealt with by the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit that processes the reviews, and that matter will be dealt with. Thank you, Chair, and I apologize for the lack of clarity on that.
You can apologize to Honorable Shongwe first, because that's a question I asked.
Thank you so much. It's
Apologies,
now
Honourable Shongwe.
15:40. Your time starts now, ends at 10 past 16 hours. Is that Nombalo
thank
or
you.
Skosana?
Thank you,
Is
Chair.
it you or
Yeah,
Skosana?
no, it's me, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, NTPP. You know, I've got a privilege because you account to a committee which I'm part of, the Justice Portfolio Committee. And my observation with you, which I've shared openly, is that you are very quick to become dismissive. And that leaves me with an impression that you are the NTPP who does not understand his statutory responsibilities. And I'm going to a particular question with this statement. I'm not just making a statement here. When I arrived here, we had the first meeting with you. I asked you about the Cindy Somakaka case, which was widely reported in the media space. You said you don't know what is happening on that case before it reached the stage that it is in today. You came to our committee when you came to report about the Omotoso case. You admitted that you never made any supervision to the case up until the ugly consequences that South Africans experienced. The Gupta extradition. There are many cases that I can explain which you failed to supervise in terms of the statutory responsibility that is given to you. Now, I'm not crucifying you here unfairly so. I'm saying this based on experience. And I even requested that you resign before January because I think you are just in this position for the sake of being in it. You don't understand it. I made a plea and I even said to you, even if I meet you in town, in the toilet, everywhere, I will request you to resign because in my understanding, you are not fit for this position. Now, Section 34 of the NPA says, the NTPP may direct a DPP to submit a report to him regarding a specific activity relating to his or her powers, duties, and functions. That is the first section that gives you huge powers to run the institution holistically. Section 22 says, the NTPP may direct a DPP to submit a report in respect of any case, matter, prosecution. Now, when it says prosecution, it gives you a responsibility to summon a report even if the prosecution is still underway. To say, NTPP, come to my office or give me a report about this matter and advise or overturn, as you said that you can overturn the decision of the NTPP. But in many instances, you refer a responsibility to the DPP and says, no, it falls in his competency and you have no statutory responsibility. Now, do you agree with me if I say to you, you have a particular understanding of your statutory responsibility other than the responsibilities that you are given by the NPA Act?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Chair. If that can be clarified so that I can properly answer
Let me ask it like this. You said here, when you were asked about the KZN issue, I think so, you said it falls in the competency of the DPP, and you never involved yourself on that issue because it was done by the DPP. I've explained different events here wherein you used the same excuse to say, no, this does not fall in my competency. I can't instruct the DPP to prosecute or not to prosecute. And you have repeated those words here today. Now, I'm saying the statute gives you those powers, but you are not using them. You can advise the DPP to prosecute or not to prosecute, in my understanding, based on the provisions which I've just read for you.
Thank you. I understand that question better now. Firstly, I cannot advise a DPP, Honorable Chair, to prosecute or not to prosecute a case because I do not get involved in assessing the evidence in a case. And the fact is, Honorable Chair, the Act makes it very clear what the responsibilities are, what a DPP's responsibilities are to decide and make decisions to prosecute, as well as the Act creates two offices, actually. It creates an office of the National Director, and it creates an office of a DPP, which consists of a whole, the Act sets out what that office consists of. And it's very clear what a DPP should do and the powers of a National Director. So in terms of decisions to prosecute, the National Director cannot tell a DPP who to prosecute or who not to prosecute. But you are correct in that there are certain other powers. The National Director is in charge of the National Prosecuting Authority. And as such, the National Director's got to ensure that the institution is well run. And that would mean calling for reports on certain issues. That would mean a whole range of things. And so certainly I also want to deal with the examples of cases that the Honourable Member mentioned, because I think it's important that I don't leave that unresponded to. So with regard to the Omotozo matter, again, I emphasize the day-to-day management of cases rests with a DPP. And of course, yes, when things went horribly wrong in that matter, then I had to step in to find out what was going on. But we were not aware that there were risks before that. And so that's the one case. And again, I implore that it is not regarded with the greatest of respect as an example of how NPA deals with gender-based violence issues. And Chair, I've dealt with that extensively, so I won't go back to that. The issue of the Gupta extradition was also raised. And it's important that I deal with this because with all due respect, I speak to this honorable committee, but also to the people of this country. The Gupta extradition matter, I won't go into details, but we are still trying to understand why we lost that extradition case. There will be another request for extradition that will be submitted fairly soon. I don't want to give timelines, but one of the risks are that we actually fail again because we didn't know what the reason was for the failure in the first instance. But that's not going to stop us. We will submit a further extradition request. So I think you are correct in terms of the powers of the National Director to make sure that the institution is run properly. And I want to assure the Honourable Member that the NPA is a well-run institution today. We have ethical leadership. The performance of the NPA, besides these couple of cases, very important cases, setbacks, none of those cases have reached the end of the legal process. We are certainly hoping that there will be a successful appeal in Omotozo. In the New Lane matter, for which the NPA was crucified, the Supreme Court of Appeal has overturned that decision, and we will have to start that case all over again, which already puts us at risk. So I just want to emphasize that the performance of the NPA has gone up from 50% to 75%, and in Q1 this year is sitting at 81%. That is not indicative of a failing organization. I agree there have been setbacks, and we've learned from that. And we need to make sure that those things do not happen again. But the NPA is certainly, with asset forfeiture, for example, which is an important aspect, we have recovered almost 50% of everything that was recovered in 25 years of the AFU has been recovered in the past 4 years because of a very determined asset forfeiture strategy, because of innovative policies. And money from CARA, that I think it's 6.6 billion, that's us to fund Zondo Commission. we're already seeing results of that because it's mainly because of evidence led there that we're able to recover this amount of money, which also funded government's response to dealing with illegal mining. So you make important points, but it's important to understand the context. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, because my problem, NTPP, with these cases that I've just mentioned is that you only came in after a crisis presented itself. During the course of prosecution, you never intervened, even when these cases were widely reported in the media space. Don't you think that somewhere, somehow, you were irresponsible? Because when a case is broadcast, it gives you an opportunity as well as the NPA to showcase your strength, to intimidate criminals. Now, when you just go on TV, you watch like all of us ordinary South Africans, and you do absolutely nothing, and wait for a crisis to come, and only come in when there is a crisis, whereas you have a constitutional weapon, you have a statutory weapon that you can use, because at any time, you can call the DPP and say, DPP, can you give me an update on this matter? And support them when there is a need to support them. Now, you have just been observing, like all of us, sitting at home, watching TV, doing absolutely nothing to assist the prosecutorial work that has been done in these cases. So I think if you are a responsible DPP, NTPP, you must accept that you abdicated your responsibility, especially in the Omotoso case, because you never did anything up until there was a crisis.
So, Honorable Chair, I want to emphasize that directors of public prosecutions are highly paid, responsible, powerful members of the prosecuting authority. And I, as the national director, any national director, expects them to be doing their job. Of course, if there's an obvious crisis, we have put in place processes where DPPs now do a proper risk evaluation of every high-profile matter, dealing with any potential risks and what they are putting in place to
should be synchronized and depoliticized to ensure transparency, merits, and accountability at all levels of prosecutorial leadership. Do you want to expand more on that statement which I've just read?
Through you, Chair, which paragraph again?
Paragraph 83, page 29 in your statement.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes.
So the appointment process of a national director, not just a national director, but 4 layers below the NDPP are political appointments.
Yes.
Let's say the power to appoint lies with the executive. The president appointing the first 3 layers, national director, deputy national director, and DPPs, and the 4th layer, which is deputy DPPs across the country, is a ministerial appointment. And so I think it's important that, and it's very good that the president and the current minister have now initiated transparent processes to appoint the national director. I certainly hope that similar processes are put in place for the other layers in the NPA as well. But in order to ensure that you have a professional national prosecuting authority, you need to ensure that the person that is appointed, persons appointed at all those levels, understand what their oath of office means, understands what the rule of law means, and understands that you conduct and you do your work without interference of any nature, whether it's across the board, and that's set out in my statement. But I think what I would want to say is that perhaps the process should be depoliticized in the sense that if there is an open and transparent process, I like what the current minister and president have done, is that except for the minister, I think there's no politicians in that committee. That is a way of depoliticizing it, which is a good practice. So those are some of the things that need to be done.
Yeah, you know what attracted me in this statement or in this paragraph are these two words, synchronized and depoliticized. And they left me with an impression that your impression is that the current process is problematic in that it attracts political interference by its nature and by its design.
I think an NPA, given the way it's structured, I'm not sure that there are many prosecuting authorities in the world that do not have some line of accounting to the executive. So that is something will be there, but you need the executive and the prosecuting authority to have people in these institutions that actually respect the authorities and independences of each. And as I've said, we are very fortunate in this country right now to have that situation where there's no political interference at all. I've worked with 3 ministers now, and I've not had political interference from any one of them or from the president himself.
I think you are now confusing me because we are saying here, unprovoked and voluntarily, that the process must be synchronized and depoliticized. In the same breath, you are saying there has been no political. So where are you taking this thing from? From the atmosphere? Because when you say it must be synchronized and depoliticized, you mean currently it is politicized.
No, I don't. I mean, that was what will be. This committee also wants, recommendations in terms of how we can improve processes. So it doesn't mean it's currently politicized.
I thought maybe to a certain extent you are agreeing with a perspective of the MK. We've made a submission in the constitutional review that the appointment authority must not be vested in the powers of the president, as it is suggested by Section 11 of the NPA, and the removal authority as well. Our view is that the NPA must go under Chapter 9 institutions. They must be either appointed by Parliament or by any objective panel. That is our view. And 2, the current system doesn't allow a Parliament to act when there is a crisis in the NDPP, in that it only allows Parliament to come at the tail's end. So the process, the suspension or the removal process is initiated by the president. That is our perspective. So I thought maybe we are in agreement, because our view is that the current form or the current system attracts political interference. Now you are saying the current process is not politicized, you have never experienced any political interference, but in a statement you are saying it must be depoliticized.
If I may respond to that, the issue of the Chapter 9, and see the MK party is aligned with the DA as well in that regard, with regard to the Chapter 9 institution. As I said earlier, there are very few countries in the world where a prosecuting authority is completely outside of any executive accountability lines. And so, from that perspective, we'll have to change the constitution to start off with, and of course that's not impossible to do, I understand that. But to make the point that this is very rare where a prosecuting authority is completely without accountability of some sort to the executive. And that being the case, I think one way of strengthening, I agree, the advantage of a Chapter 9 is that the removal of the head of a Chapter 9 requires a 2/3 majority from Parliament, when in fact the removal of an NDPP, I hope I get this right, is a simple majority. And so I think what you can do is amend legislation to make the removal of a national director dependent on a 2/3 majority in Parliament. And I think that is the one really good advantage of a Chapter 9 institution over and above the current framework of the prosecuting authority. But I want to hasten to add that the financial and operational independence of the NPA, which the Minister is addressing, is a critical aspect that will certainly strengthen the prosecuting authority.
NDPP, do you know that the ANC And I'm not mentioning its name here because I've got some obsession of some kind, but it's inevitable. Do you know that the ANC has a policy called the step aside policy? The ruling, I don't know whether it's a ruling
read
party
about
or
it.
it's a former ruling party.
I've read about
I
it.
don't
in the media.
understand this GNU thing. Do you know that they have a policy called the step aside policy?
I've read about it in the media.
Has that policy not influenced the running of the NPA? Especially towards conferences. Have you never been exposed to a case where politicians want to influence how you must prosecute and who you must prosecute in pursuit of factional objectives that are related to an elective conference of the ANC?
I will vehemently deny that that is the case in the NPA. Certainly at my level, whether prosecutors at lower levels are being influenced, I don't know. I certainly hope not. But if they are, then with the right evidence, they will be dealt with, because there is no place for any kind of political. In fact, our policy is also clear on that, that acting without fear, favor, or prejudice also means acting without any political influence or any other kind of influence. So I have certainly not experienced that.
NTPP, as a legal person, do you agree with a principle that says justice denies is justice delayed?
Justice delayed is justice denied.
I mean, justice delayed is justice denied. I'm sorry.
I do agree with that.
If you agree with it, is it justifiable for the NPA to charge people when they do not have, or to prosecute people when they do not have enough evidence to prove their case? Is it justifiable? For instance, in a case of the former mayor of eThekwini, Zandile Kumete, that she was charged, I think, 8 years ago, if my memory serves me well. Up until today, the NPA is zigzagging. There is no clear direction from the prosecution side. Do you think that is justifiable?
So there's a number of questions in that question. Firstly, at a principle level, it's not justifiable. We, as a matter of policy, we will only prosecute when we have evidence that meets the standard of reasonable prospects of a successful prosecution. And we have impressed upon prosecutors that in the case of economic offenses, we should be almost trial ready, because there's no need to rush with a case and enroll it and then be seeking adjournments for further investigations. So at that level, I certainly agree with it in principle, but I'm not going to comment on the Zandile Gumede matter, because that matter is in court currently.
No, I'm not saying let's talk about the merits. I'm saying a crisis surrounding that case generally, that it has been postponed for, I think, for almost 8 years without any successful prosecution.
If I get the detail, I don't know if I have it here, about why this case has not proceeded as quickly as it should for 8 years. In most matters, we find that it is because of various reasons not attributable to the prosecutions. I'm not saying that there aren't instances when prosecutors are responsible, but for the majority of cases, it is a deliberate delaying strategy on the part of the defense to ensure that cases do not proceed. There are other instances where magistrates recuse themselves, magistrates pass away, it needs to, so there's a whole range of reasons why. I don't have all the reasons in the Gumede matter, but I'm almost sure that, excuse me, if I get the reasons, this is what will be borne out.
I doubt that you will give me a proper answer to a question that I'm going to ask now, because of my experience with you, that you don't involve yourself with many cases up until there's a crisis. So there's no proper monitoring and evaluation, no proper supervision from the office of the NDPP. The DPPs are just on their own. You only come in when there's a crisis. Now, I want to ask about the Khumalo case. Khumalo was arrested by IDEC for an HR matter. Have you ever done a supervision of that case?
If you'll just give me half a second, I have a tickle in my throat. I'm trying to get rid of it. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Sorry, it's my post-nasal drip. Triggers
Chair,
sometimes.
She has been coughing for a minute, Chair.
No, but Nomvalo, you are unfair. The question is hard. in fact. Yeah, she's the question.
So
My
consider my
apologies.
time, Chair.
I must apologize for this. So I explained earlier that with regard to these matters, the National Director does not get involved in, excuse me, in the detail of a case.
So you have never supervised, even after it was broadcast?
No, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to.
Or you're not done?
I'm not yet done.
Oh,
My
okay,
apologies.
Yeah.
Protect the witness.
You are breathing heavily
I need a
on the
minute and
neck
I'm sure I'll be fine.
of the witness.
It
Can you
normally
please
works with the
back off?
lozenge. So
Okay, no,
Advocate.
okay, we can take a break, Chair.
I think I'm fine, Chair. I can
Relax,
continue now.
relax.
Thank you. In that matter, as I explained, well, in all matters, particularly, well, let's deal with IDAC matters, because it relates to an IDAC matter. I get very, very high-level reports, and verbally, because of leakage of information, the ID gives me very high-level reports, verbally, generally. In this particular case, she informed me about the impending arrest of the head of crime intelligence. I said to her, Andrea, are you sure this is a watertight case? Because arresting the head of crime intelligence is not something one takes lightly. There must be a watertight case, and she explained to me that it was part of a much bigger case strategy. This was one case that's part of a much bigger case strategy, and that the case was solid. But again, I urge, if anyone feels aggrieved by that decision, to bring a review process. And I assure the people of this country that I will look at any case, whether it's Phala Phala or this matter, objectively, and decide whether the correct decision was taken.
So they informed you before they effected the arrest?
That is correct.
So you relied on a verbal briefing. You never said, bring me a referral if there's any, so that I can satisfy myself that we have a strong case here.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm saying, you are saying, you asked her if the case is watertight, and she said yes. I'm saying, to you, that was enough. You never went further to say, bring me a referral, bring me documents, so that I can also satisfy myself that we have a strong case here.
We have processes in the prosecuting authority to ensure that cases are, it's not just one person that takes a decision, not just the ID. There's a team of people that actually work together to decide on these cases. So when the head of the investigating directorate gives me her assurance that the case is strong, I must take her word for it.
So you took her words. You never required.
That is correct.
Or you only relied on her words.
And a very high-level briefing of what the case was about.
So according to your knowledge, Was the arrest procedurally fair? Were all the requirements met for the arrest to be executed?
Can I ask what requirements the honourable member is
There's a
referring to?
referral and so on and so forth. You don't just go and arrest a person. There was a referral which was brought by a member of parliament in terms of the report that was tendered here. I'm saying, did you satisfy yourself that all the required documentation and the requirements were met before the arrest was effected?
That is not the function of a national director, and I certainly did not go into that level of detail.
It means we have different acts, NTPP. Really, I don't know the act that you have, but in terms of the act that is before me now, you do have that statutory obligation. When it says a report can go further by saying, give me the documents which are relevant to this prosecution or arrest, so that you do not become a victim of misrepresentation. You can do that. There is nothing that stops you. That is why I said, to me, you appear as the NDPP who does not understand her statutory obligations.
Chair, as I mentioned, the IDAC head gave me a high-level briefing on this case, a high-level case strategy, and why this case was strong enough and important enough for them to proceed. I agree with you. The National Director requires that kind of assurance from the DPPs to ensure that we don't have errant DPPs or IDs that are doing their own thing. It's important to have that level of assurance. And in this case, I got the level at a very high-level briefing, that level of assurance from the ID in this matter.
Yeah, because we are going to rely on a half-cooked information, and you are the one who accounts in Parliament. We ask questions from you. Now, if you are responsible, you can't just rely on a verbal update or report. Documents must be submitted to you so that you are going to be in a position to make justifications if that need arises, and to give a report and to be confident and say the NPA here did everything that it could do. Now you are just relying on a verbal report. There is absolutely no papers before you. You are saying this was said to me and it ends there.
Honorable Nhlanhla, I think you're right. In future, we have to find a way of managing leakage of information and getting written reports, because you make a valid point. But dealing with leakages in the institution is a serious problem. And that is something else that, we need to find a way of strengthening our information security across government. But that is a serious concern, and I'll certainly take your point on board.
In December 2024, the media reports that the IDEC boss was addressing the personnel of IDEC, and she made some remarks. She was saying to staff members they must fake it until they leave it. They must go to court with empty files. But in summary, she was encouraging them to pretend to be busy while they were not. And you made an interview after that. I can't remember the media house that you were in, but I came across that interview. You were asked about that incident, and you denounced it. You denounced it. Is it correct? Am I correct?
I didn't denounce it. Perhaps what that honourable member, that the media house that you're talking about, the Amabungane interview, because I was interviewed, and that entire interview was one that the makers of that interview used the New Lane matter as a linchpin to lynch the National Director and the NPA. I was asked during that, and I hasten to add that that New Lane matter was one of the most scathing judgments against the National Prosecuting Authority. And of course, the media had a field day quoting from the judge who called it a comedy of errors, etc. We took that matter on appeal, and the Supreme Court of Appeal overturned the New Lane judgment and in fact said in that decision, and it's important because this case seriously dented the reputation of the NPA. But the Supreme Court of Appeal overturned that decision. And in fact, the judgment rendered by the SCA is one of the strongest against the conduct of a judge that I have read. And there were terms like it went against the administration of justice and things like that. So that New Lane matter is the interview that you are referring to. And of course, when the matter was overturned by the SCA, there wasn't much that was said about it in the media.
No, I will ask 5 minutes from Kosana. I want to ask about Paul O'Sullivan.
Yeah, no, the time of Skosana is not yet allocated. Yeah.
When it's allocated, Chair, not now.
Okay. Honorable Bradenbach, you wanted to ask a follow-up question. Okay. Can I check members who want to ask follow-ups? I see Honorable Nhlanhla. Is your hand up, Honorable Skosana? Okay. Those will be the two hands. Thank you. The list is closed.
Thank you, Chair. NTPP, the country suffered an embarrassing legal battle. Whether substantively or procedurally, we lost the application to extradite Guptas to the Republic of South Africa to face the wrath of the law. Now, you indicate that NPA is planning to resubmit the extradition request to the UAE. But you're saying you are unable to give us the exact time frame. And that's worrisome because this matter has dragged for quite some time now. Now, why is it that you can't provide exact time frames on when is NPA going to submit an extradition request against Guptas in the UAE? What is the actual plan in respect to that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, what I can say is from the information that I received from the ID, it will certainly be before I leave office. So, but I certainly hope it would be even before the end of this year. But it will be soon. We are working very hard on also ensuring that we have additional charges that will be added to the original extradition request. So it's the time that it's taking is that we're not just resubmitting the old request again. We have investigated some other very important cases involving other SOEs, and there will be other charges that will be added. That has been the delay and why we didn't submit immediately after that.
Honorable Skosana.
Follow-up on top of follow-up. The Honorable Ngola just asked the advocate. I just want to ask you, when the minister assured South Africans that...
Honorable Skosana, you are not asking a follow-up on the question that was asked by Honorable Ngola.
No, I was going to ask that. So on top of what he was asking, my way of questioning will be different from Ngola, but it's the same follow-up which I want to get from her.
I just want to remind you that when your hand was up, you did not know what he was going to ask.
No. I knew what I'm going to ask, Chair.
Okay.
Yes. Now, perhaps let me say this to you. Have you ever spoken to the minister then, Lamula, about this extradition Honorable Ngola is talking about?
We had many conversations.
About this matter, the extradition matter, have you ever discussed with him?
Yes, about that.
Are you aware that the minister assured South Africans that the Guptas will be extradited from Dubai? Are you aware of that?
I didn't hear that.
I'm saying, are you not aware that the minister assured South Africans that the matter of the Guptas, they will be extradited to this country? It's just a matter of time. Was that discussion between you and him, or it was a political statement, maybe? You distance yourself from what the minister told us.
No, I don't distance myself from what the minister said. I don't know the details of it, but what I can confirm is that there will be an extradition application, and this country will do everything possible, the NPA will do everything possible to extradite the Guptas, who have been responsible largely for bringing this country to its knees, for the state that the country is in terms of when corruption has a face. The face of corruption is no sanitation, no water, no roads. The basic infrastructure of people was stolen by Guptas and others allegedly working in concert with them.
Let me add.
If I may finish, Chair, I'll be very quick. We
Okay.
owe it to the country that they are brought back. So what the minister said, I'm not sure, but certainly we will do everything possible from our side to extradite them. Extradition does become a political process. And so, you know, we can't guarantee it because the process is completely in another country. But certainly from our side, the minister would be correct if he said that we will do everything possible to bring
Yeah,
them back.
but advocate, for me, you are, you know, we had a witness here, Minister of Police. We are doing exactly that now. I'm saying to you, my question is simple to you, a follow-up question on this matter, because you are talking about extradition of the Gupta family, which South Africans are waiting for. Now, my question was, have you discussed that with the minister? Because the minister assured South Africans. Because as you said, let me add on that. This country is in this state because of Pravin Gordhan. You might not want to mention him, but I'll mention him for you. That family. No, I'm saying I don't want to be selective. We want them to come here to account. But I'm saying to you, hence you said that we are in this problem because of the Guptas. Wrongly or rightly so. I'm saying to you, it doesn't matter whether he died. I'm saying this country we are in this scenario because of one of the persons who has done that is Pravin Gordhan.
Point of order, Chair.
Now, no, I don't. He never respect us when we are alive. You can't tell me how to deal with that matter.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Now,
Can I take the point of order?
yeah, please, because
Chairperson,
they are starting their
each time he
shenanigans
does
now,
this-
raising point of orders,
each time
raising
he
their
does
hands,
this, we
because
will end.
I'm mentioning somebody which they love. You know, and I'm saying let them
Chairperson.
refrain themselves because I'm talking to the advocate. The advocate is capable of answering for herself. You know, now, my last one, Chair,
Honorable,
on this matter, I want us to finish it because they were intimidating me and we are not protecting me, Chair.
Honorable Skosan, I say to you that
Always, yeah.
there is a point of order. And even when I have alerted you of the point of order, you continue to speak.
No, but they are talking to me. They are busy. Why is I'm talking? They are making a point of order, but intimidating me. Why is I'm talking? They must just raise their hand.
Honorable Skosan. Honorable Skosana, may you please look at me. Thank you. Can you see me? Okay. Thank you. Can we listen to the point of order, Honorable Sangwen?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And each time Honorable Skosana does this, I think he must know that we'll call order. Chairperson, Honorable Skosana must withdraw the remarks that he has just made. He did this on another day, we called him out, and it's on two reasons why I'm asking him to withdraw. Firstly, he's casting aspersion on a person who's not even in this house, cannot respond. Secondly, he is misleading the house. He must back up what he is saying. And if he's not able to do so, then he has to withdraw. He's misleading the house. Comrade Pravin Gordhan was not found guilty of anything. Comrade Pravin Gordhan was at no point, I mean, he's just coming up with aspersions, and he must withdraw that issue, Chair.
The point of order is sustained and the time that has been allocated for you to make follow-ups has also expired. Can we,
I'm sorry, Chair, my time.
for follow-ups,
Yeah, but I was not finished, Chair. let's be beyond reproach in terms of political parties.
No.
If you're saying it's sustained, Sangoni, it means we are saying I'm wrong.
Honorable Skosana,
No,
if,
Chair.
if you may please listen to me. You know, when we allocate your time to ask you follow-up questions, we have always differentiated between follow-up questions and opportunistic questions that come with the bandwagon. So the time allocated for follow-up questions has expired. You are going to be allocated your own 30 minutes where you will come and rightfully field the questions that you are opportunistically trying to smuggle now. So if you have seen the time that Honorable Nhlanhla used to ask follow-up questions, you will agree with me that now you are 4 times beyond that time which was allocated to him. And I want to persuade you to agree with the chair and support the chair that we must move forward. Thank you so much. Can we move to the Democratic Alliance?
Chairperson, we can't move. You said the order is sustained, he must withdraw. He must withdraw, Chairperson. These matters relating to the Guptas were fully ventilated in the State Capture Commission. Comrade Praveen, there were no findings that were made against Comrade Praveen. And for them to keep coming here every day and misleading us and saying Comrade Praveen was responsible, that can't be allowed, Chair. He must withdraw.
Did you hear what it means when we say the order is sustained? And I can see that, Honorable Skosana, you don't have a temptation to compete with the date.
Chair, for the sake of progress, I'm going to do a noble thing. But I don't want people to say, yesterday I said that. Let's talk about what I said now. I'll withdraw now. Let's go. Let's finish with the advocate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And Honorable Breitenbach is applauding. Honorable Sokanyile and Honorable Skosana, you take Sokanyile home and you take Skosana home. Bring a public representative here.
Please repeat that, Chair.
I mean, take Sokanyile home, take Skosana home, bring a public representative here. Yes. Yes. That is what makes you a public representative. Yeah. Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Cameron, who is starting between the two of you. So it's going to be you and Honorable Chopper. I'm allocating you 40 minutes. Yes.
Chair, I still had a follow-up, remember?
Okay, before Honorable Breitenbach, let's take the follow-up from Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, there's something that is stuck in my head that you said before I asked this question. You said you don't see us finishing corruption in South Africa. That worries me. I hope you will look into it on your own time. But this is my question. NgesiZulu we say iqala alboli. I don't know how to say that in English. But when are you opening a case for Honorable Umpati Andre Johnson, whom you said this thing that she did in being in the panel of her husband was 20 years ago? When are you acting on that, if I may ask?
Thank you, Chair. I think on the first point that the Honorable Shongwe raises about not finishing corruption, that will be utopia. It will be great if we have a country and a world without corruption. But realistically, I don't think we're going to get there, notwithstanding our best efforts. But we will keep fighting. with regard to case against, as I said, this has only just been revealed, and we need to look into it and look at the circumstances, the context, etc., and see if there's any steps that are required.
Well, can we maybe give it time, because you see, you acted fast when it comes to arresting General Khumalo. Of the same pace, please.
Chair, firstly, with all due respect, I had nothing to do with the arrest of General Khumalo and in terms of acting fast. So that's the first thing. But we do try to do our work speedily, and I can commit that this will be done speedily. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I will declare that I have known Advocate Batohi for many, many, many years. We work together at the NPA, so I think everybody knows that I know her. So, Advocate Batohi, there are currently prosecutors in senior positions in the NPA who aided and abetted state capture within the NPA. And not only are they still there, but they continue to exercise considerable influence within the organization. You'll agree with me, I think, that senior members of the NPA had an ethical and moral duty to oppose state capture of the NPA. And they failed. You know who they are, I know who they are. What have you done? What steps have you taken to rid the organization of these toxic bad influences?
So, let me firstly respond by saying that from the very outset of my term, it has been a priority to do exactly that, to ensure that there's consequences for prosecutors who were errant and who did not uphold their oath of office and constitutional mandate, acted contrary to that. A number of the prosecutors that are implicated are currently facing disciplinary processes. And I do want to say here again that it is a sense of immense frustration as the National Director that these processes take so long. The NDPP cannot interfere in labor processes. And it is extremely frustrating that those disciplinary processes have taken a year or 2 years maybe now, and they're still not complete. And there are various reasons for it. So I can't take that any further. I certainly hope we are doing what we can. I've spoken to the evidence leader to try to fast-track those processes. But, of course, labor manages those processes. It is a frustrating thing for the National Director not to be able to, I mean, you can't get involved in those processes. You're also aware that Advocate Chauke has been suspended, and there is an inquiry into his fitness to hold office that will commence on the 17th of November. That's on Monday. I did recommend to the President just over 2 years ago that he be suspended, and now the inquiry is proceeding.
Thank you. I'll come back to well, let me do it now, because you've mentioned Advocate Chauke. So you asked the President 2 years or so ago to suspend him, obviously for good reason. Took the President 2 years to do so. Do you still hold the view that you articulated earlier that, that the executive supports the National Prosecuting Authority and that they have, you have unfettered support and no influence or interference?
Well, look, what I do know is that after the President received my recommendation, he requested another legal opinion, or his office. I'm not sure it was him or his office. But I know that another opinion was sought, and the matter was between the President's office and the Department of Justice. What I can say is when the current minister took office, I would say it was less than a month that she was in office that she got this matter back on track.
Are you suggesting that the previous minister was less than keen?
No, I'm not saying he was less than keen. I'm saying there was a delay in that time,
Well, then
for
it's-
whatever the reason is, but there was certainly a delay.
The conclusion is ineluctable then that it's the previous minister who was the holdup. If you don't want to say it, it's fine, I will. And I'm saying it.
I don't have any reason to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, right. Yes, but Chauke is not the only person that we're both talking about now. There are the prosecutors who insisted on, for instance, the Cato Manor prosecutions in the face of no evidence whatsoever. Nothing has happened to them yet. The disciplinaries are, we're told, in the post. And they're not the only ones either. There are more.
Sorry, Chair, through you, I should have completed my answer. The IDAC is also investigating these matters, and there has been considerable progress in the matters. So I don't want to say anything more at this stage.
So what would your view be with regards to the state capture of the National Prosecuting Authority and DPPs and senior ones at that, who took the view at the time, openly, that they wanted to keep their jobs and they weren't prepared to, what they, as they said, make waves, not prepared to oppose the capture of the MPA? What would your view of that be?
It's no prosecutor should do that. It goes against your oath of office, your mandate to agree and go along with supervisors. It's difficult who are acting in a way that is not in line with their oath of office. And in my regional visits to prosecutors recently, I've made it very clear to them that if you are in that situation where your superiors, the leadership, is doing something that goes against your oath of office, you must respectfully disagree to go along with something that goes against your oath of office. Respectfully. But you do not go along with it because it's your supervisor that is influencing you. It's unacceptable for a prosecutor. It goes against all our code of conduct, our policies. It, in fact, could amount to a crime.
Well, I want to suggest that you look closer to home and look in the ranks of your deputy national directors. You'll find who I'm talking about. I'm sure you know who I am talking about. Don't, I'm happy to tell you. Do you know?
I know who you're referring to, yes.
Good. So
I'm
look
not,
closer
I'm not
to home.
aware of evidence against him.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, he said it to me. And to his entire management committee, several times.
Then I would say it's unacceptable.
I see. But he's the acting national director in Rodney de Kock's place. Continues to live a charmed life.
I beg your pardon?
Continues to live a charmed life.
Not sure, I was wondering if that was a question.
It's a statement.
I'm not sure what he said to his management, but he's given me no reason to suspect that he is not a person whose integrity I cannot trust.
Well, let me help you with that. He told his management and myself more than once, I need this job, I'm not making waves. Did you get that?
That's unacceptable conduct.
Good. Now, you say that prosecutor-led investigations have increased the successes of prosecutions. Is that correct? Did I understand you correctly?
We were talking about prosecutor-guided investigations.
Yeah, same thing.
PLI is the IDAC model.
Will you agree with me that it only has the potential to increase successes if you have all the components that you need for it? So you need a capable police and DPCI.
I did make that point.
Yeah, which we don't have.
I agree completely.
Yeah, we don't have. You
There are a
need
number of...
You
sorry,
need a capable NPA, which we don't fully have. You
We-
need access to proper resources, which includes access to serious forensic capabilities, accounting forensics, cyber forensics, and other technological resources, which we currently do not have or do not have fully. But what you need most importantly is you need competent, experienced, and confident prosecutors who are able to confidently take cases to court in the face of strong opposition of defense counsel, who have no such restraints and currently have a free ride. Would you agree with that?
I definitely agree with that, but I want to add to that that I agree with everything that the Honorable Breitenbach has said with regard to capacities, capabilities that's needed to deal with these complex matters. We did a capability review in the NPA, and we found that we have extremely competent, skilled prosecutors who can prosecute, should I say, traditional crimes extremely well.
Yes.
But the reality is that with complexity of corruption, cybercrime, we do lack the skills. And that's one of the reasons why we have also been employing the use of Section 38 Counsel to fill the gap that we have precisely for that, whilst we try to build capacity and capability in these fields within the NPA. And there's a lot of initiatives that are happening to deal precisely with that.
Well, I'm relieved to hear that. So I agree with you fully that the capacity to prosecute, again, without being disparaging, prosecute traditional crimes is there. And let there be no misunderstanding. I think there are thousands of prosecutors who go to work every day and do their best under very trying circumstances. That includes the police and everybody else. It's not a lack of trying. It's a lack of capacity. And this kind of capacity is not learnt in a book. You can't get a note from Justice College on it.
I agree with you. It comes with a certain level of training, but experience as well in these types of cases. And the sad reality is that the prosecution, the NPA was not prosecuting these complex matters before 2019. So the capacity was not, in fact, there was a deliberate attempt not to deal with many of these matters. One of the things I did when I took office was to say that the SCCU, we need to do an audit of all the cases in the SCCU to remove the cases that should go to the normal regional courts so that the SCCU focuses on the types of cases that it was meant to focus on. And so that was part of the process. But of course, when you have prosecutors that are not prosecuting these matters, then it comes with experience. So we've been trying to actually fill that gap in capacity through various ways.
Well, the SCCU was never instituted or set up to prosecute traditional cases.
That's
It's never been part of its mandate. So if they were doing that, there should be consequences for those prosecutors who allowed that to happen. You switched off your mic.
I'm thinking.
No, okay.
It was just that it was the culture in the NPA at the time where, you know, prosecutors also chasing figures and statistics for Parliament also leads them to take, because you've got to take more, produce more numbers. The criteria, intake criteria is different. So there were a whole range of reasons why prosecutors were not being unethical, but they were doing the easy cases, let's put it that way. And so one of the things I did say is that even to Parliament, that the SCCU numbers might drop. And that is because we are now focusing on the more complex cases. But I agree completely that, you know, the SCCU was never intended to be doing those kinds of cases. But that is a lot of what it ended up doing, which was the result, which was the cause for the audit when I took office.
Yeah, well, the SCCU was set up to be exactly that, a specialized commercial crime unit. And doing ordinary cases hardly requires a specialist prosecutor. So they should be marched out and shot at dawn for allowing that to happen. It's a disgrace. So you and I differ somewhat on our interpretation of the Glenister 2 judgment. And you hold the view, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that, that IDAC is independent, sufficiently.
Adequately independent, that's correct.
Okay, yeah. So you were around when the Scorpions were disbanded. And you know what the gutting result of that was. for many people, for prosecutors, for policemen, for the NPA. And it was a day of great celebration for the corrupt and for the connected. And the reason they were disbanded was they went after particularly politicians, correct?
Including politicians, yes.
Yeah. And they were disbanded with relative ease, 51% of votes in the National Assembly. You remember?
I can't remember the percentage.
51, well, that's all they needed was 51%.
Yes, I agree.
And with IDAC, where it's currently housed within the NPA, will you agree with me that all that's required is, again, 51%? So what kind of protection is that? What kind of independence is that? What security of tenure is that?
Why I raised the issue and said that the one benefit of Chapter 9 institution is the fact that a two-thirds majority is required. And I think that that should be an amendment that would require a two-thirds majority for removal of an IDAC head or a national director, which will actually address that, I agree, that point.
And you'll agree with me then that the independence that was envisaged by the Constitutional Court is not satisfied with IDAC as it currently is situated. Because of that reason, can we disband it
I don't
tomorrow?
agree, because if we look at the Glenister decision in terms of what exactly adequate independence means, I think as far as the NPA is concerned, I mentioned earlier, there are very, very few prosecuting authorities in the world where they are completely separated from the executive. Most of them have some line of reporting to the executive. And so that is why I say it's adequate independence. The issue of the operational and financial independence is another matter. But if you look at the STIRS criteria that Glenister dealt with, specialized, we are actually now making sure that we get the specialist capacities. Now
One day in the future, yeah?
Well, we have to build it up, and we're trying to be innovative in terms of how we bring in the specialized capacities, whilst we're trying to address the scourge
The fact
of
is
corruption.
you don't have it today.
Pardon me?
The fact is you don't have it today.
No, we have a number of prosecutors in the IDAC that can do this job, and we are also hiring Section 38 lawyers to ensure that we boost this capacity to do these cases. So in that sense, we do have the capacity to deal with the cases, specialized, whether it's internal or external. Trained is, we are, many of them, because I say they have the capacity and the skills, means they are in fact trained, but we don't have enough of them. And so we need to get more of them. Independence, I think, as I've explained it, there's adequate independence. You're never going to get prosecuting authorities, of very few in the world, that are completely outside of the executive. So one way of addressing your challenge is to amend the legislation to make it a two-thirds majority, which will help with the security of tenure and enhance the independence. And then resources it's the last criteria. And there again, we have, we've been getting support from the government in terms of budget to get the resources that we need. But there's still specialized resources that come very expensive. But we are doing what we can to get the necessary resources into the IDAC. And to emphasize that, again, the IDAC has a number of cases already in court, enrolled, which shows that they are getting cases to court. We must not forget that it's only been it's a year since the IDAC became permanent, and it's post-COVID, it's about 4 years since we really started turning things around in the NPA. And so what they've achieved in those 4.5 years maybe, and in the last year, I agree. I, as a national director, am also not, is the one disappointment that we couldn't move faster in this regard. But there were so many reasons why we're not able to, but there are a number of cases, and I want to emphasize, as I mentioned earlier, some of the key Gupta lieutenants are in court. We're one of the few jurisdictions in the world where we have CEOs, CFOs, ex-presidents, members of boards that are in court at the moment facing various charges. And so, I can name the Gupta lieutenants, but I don't think it's necessary. They're already in court. But there's a number of really important cases that are in court that need to move quicker through the system.
You'll forgive me if my comment to that is we need to count the convictions.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please do.
Once a case is enrolled, rule of law does not end at an enrollment. A strong rule of law means that cases move quickly through a system to finalization. And if you look at all of the challenges in the system about why these cases simply do not move through the system, and I'm sure you, Honorable Breitenbach, will be well aware of these, the deliberate delaying tactics, the fact that the judiciary has to take a stronger role in moving cases swiftly through the system. I had the opportunity in the ceremonial sitting of Judge Zondo's retirement as well as Judge Nhlanhla's retirement at the Constitutional Court. And I raised the issue, maybe at one or both of them, about what is the role of the judiciary as the third arm of government to implement government priorities in line with the sacrosanct independent mandate of the judiciary. It is really important. So if corruption is a government priority, what is the role of the judiciary in ensuring that these matters move swiftly through the court system? So I think that's something that needs to be addressed. I'm not saying it's only the judiciary is responsible for
I
this.
agree with you that they have a responsibility.
But an important responsibility to get cases moving quickly through the system. And then hopefully we will say we have finalized cases, whether they are convictions, acquittals. But I agree, it simply takes too long in the system.
So then part of the issue remains that you also need well-trained and confident judges who are not allowed, don't allow themselves to be browbeaten by the histrionics of senior counsel. Yeah. So I'm going to save some time for the Honourable Klopper, so I'm going to leave some of my questions out. We'll have to discuss the STIRS criteria a little more later, not in this forum. You said that there's no political interference, and we're so lucky to have an executive that respects the independence of the NPA. And I already referred to Chauke and the time it took for him to be suspended. In my view, that is a very demonstrable lack of support for your national director. But you don't have to answer that. Would you agree that the closing down of the DSO was politically motivated?
Well, it's certainly something that went through the process and the Scorpions were killed in Parliament.
Yeah. Would you agree that the firing of Vusi Pikoli was politically motivated?
I know that politicians were involved in that process.
Would you agree that the abysmal failure of the system, with no consequences, mind you, that allowed the Guptas to leave this country at all, was politically motivated?
I was not here when they left the country, and I'm not aware of the details, but it's highly suspicious about how they were allowed to get out of the country.
But no consequences?
Apparently so.
Well, I'm asking you. You're the national director, and the NPA was in...
Sorry, I didn't
seized with the
understand your
matter.
question.
Yeah.
No consequences for whom,
No,
with
whoever
respect?
was in charge of that matter, they were obviously a flight risk.
My apologies, I'm not understanding.
They were
Honourable
obviously
Breitenbach.
a flight risk. Why were they just allowed to wander around and do as they please?
That I understand. They were probably failures at various levels by various institutions that allowed that to happen.
And then this you probably won't agree with, but I'm putting it to you, I state it as my view, that the constant diminishing of the budget of the police and the NPA is indirect political interference to ensure that no one is put into an orange overall.
Generally, I would agree with that statement. If that is what happens, then that is a form of ensuring that entities can't do what they need to do. But I do want to emphasize that in my term of office, we have received the budget that we require. We still need a lot more resources moving forward, particularly if the operational and financial independence kicks in. So it's I do want to emphasize that we have got the financial support that we need, but into the future, with the complexity of crimes and the need for additional specialized training, security of prosecutors, etc., there's going to be a need for more financial, for more budget.
So the Justice Portfolio Committee can relax. We don't have to fight for budget for you anymore. You're sorted.
Well, just for this year we sorted, but not for the outer years.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further.
Honorable Thapa.
Thank you, Chairperson and Advocate Batohi. I went through the 23, 24, 24, 25 reports, the annual reports, and there were so many similarities, though under different headings. I'm glad to hear that you mentioned you have enough budgets, because many of the lines that you would find is that there are delayed and withdrawn cases due to poor coordination between investigators and prosecutors. Unfilled senior posts, specialized shortages, weak evidence and incomplete investigations, and that's flowing from the SAPS, Hawks and NPA. And at the same time, we sit with the Zondo Commission reports, the Nhlanhla Commission, and this very ad hoc committee, which is trying to expose this structural rot that the justice system. And I think here's the point, no one leadership position seems to be prepared to take any ownership. It seems just to be passing the buck on to a different department, to a different person. Advocate Batohi, how do you explain after 2 consecutive annual reports, and I mean, you know there's many years that follow those, that the same operational failures with no measurable improvements in coordination, capacity, and conviction outcomes, especially when we refer to the high-level corruption?
Honorable Klopper, I can say it's not just 2 years. These challenges have been going on for decades. And it is a frustration that these systemic problems cannot be dealt with. I've come back, and I was a DPP in KwaZulu-Natal from 2000 to around 2009. And I say to prosecutors, the same problems that we had then still persist in the system. And that is why, as you know, the importance of this hearing, of this committee, is to properly understand what are the challenges in the system, why are we still having these problems, and what do we need, what kind of policy interventions, legislative interventions do we need to ensure that the system can work better. Because clearly, when it's dependent on people cooperating together, and we do it, it works well in some areas, it doesn't work so well in other areas, but it doesn't work. I gave the example of FATF earlier on, where we worked exceptionally well in a coordinated way. So these are not just challenges over 2 years. They are challenges that persist in a system that is, for various reasons, not able to deal with them. Whether it's lack of leadership, whether it's lack of training, various reasons. But they are hugely systemic issues that needs to be addressed by this committee.
I agree with you, Advocate. I just mentioned the 2 years just for a direct comparison. Within your leadership structure, then who is directly accountable for implementing the corrective measures promised in every single report? And have any consequences followed the failure to resolve any of these recurring weaknesses? Because we sit with the reports in the committees, we read them, they come with the reforms, but it never gets done. And by your own admission now, it's been years and years upon years.
It will be, Honorable Klopper, it will be easier for me to understand that if, with respect, I understand exactly what the issues that Honorable Klopper is referring to, because a number of issues that were raised, and we've put in place a number of interventions. We have a Deputy National that's head of Strategy Operations Compliance. We have a head of our DDG Corporate Services head. So depending on what the issues, and of course we have Deputy National Directors that are dealing with these issues. So specific issues I can try to address in terms of what we're doing to address some of those challenges. But there were a number, and I don't have the annual report in front of me, my apologies. But we are definitely trying to work with the police, a whole lot of training interventions, to try to get better standard of investigations, to get prosecutors better capacitated, to get cases to move through the system quicker. I sat with General Labia to say to him, you know, we have the PGI model, But it doesn't help if police are still reporting to him, prosecutors are still reporting to the NPA. We need to sit down together and get a common report. We need to have joint indicators with the SAPs, because these are things that will really help everybody. When you have different indicators within a system, the police have arrests as an indicator, we have convictions, we need to have the same indicators so that we are all working towards the same outcome, like we did with FATF process. And I think those are the kinds of systemic issues that need to be addressed.
Thank you, because I can't go into the very specifics because of my time limitations. Many of the reports cite, for instance, poor coordination between investigators and prosecutors as some of the key reasons and delays of withdrawals. And I would just say, is it fair to say that the interagency cooperation between MPA, SAPS and Hawks has effectively broken down? When Advocate Johnson was sitting here, she spoke about that they didn't know where cell phones were, that they didn't know what the PKTT was doing. And this pointed to no communication. And when I spoke about protocol, she said, no, we don't need protocol, we just need to speak a little bit more to each other.
I would tend to think we need protocols, because we've been doing a lot of speaking, and depending on who's there, and I want to emphasize, we work very well with the police. And so, we joined at the hip, so we have good relationships with them, we're working together in the provinces, but the reality is that there are still coordination problems and challenges. There are still quality of investigation problems and challenges. And so I think maybe protocols would be, the way to go, so that it's not dependent on an individual, but it's the way we do business. There are coordinating mechanisms, but I think the indicators not being the same definitely is one of the reasons why, we are not able to move in the same direction quicker.
Thank you, Advocate. I do agree with you. I always tend to think back to the committees that we sit in. And when we ask specific questions, why were there 700,000 backlog cases at a stage? It was said, no, but SAPS, a lot had to be referred back. They didn't do the investigations properly. And I think those are the things I'm trying to speak of. But that's just a statement I would just like to make on what you've said back to me. Advocate Batohi, I would like to come to the letter that you wrote to the President about the suspension of Andrew Chauke. And it took 2 years. In an oral session that I asked a question to the Minister about providing assistance to support the NPA, and specifically about this letter, her response was quite shocking, and you yourself have almost said the same now that she was the capable Minister. She said she cannot interfere. And now, while I'm fully aware that she's not allowed to interfere into prosecutions, and everybody in this room is, it seems that she was reluctant to follow up on a 2-year suspension letter that could be investigated. I won't go into all the allegations, but I mean things like weaponizing the NPA, protecting Richard Mduli, invalidated racketeering charges against Johan Boysen. This hits at the heart of why we're sitting here, Advocate. So suppose you are serious about fixing the justice system and fighting this corruption, what follow-ups did you personally make in those 2 years to make sure that the suspension was addressed? And not to influence the decision, but at least be attended to. And I think, was it just gathering dust? You spoke about a legal request, but that's 2 years we're speaking about, Advocates.
Honourable Klopper, this was a process completely out of the hands of the NPA, but it doesn't mean we sat back as passive bystanders. There were regular follow-ups by my office to see where the process was. My Chief of Staff made follow-ups as well, with the different departments. But I do want to emphasize, I do want to correct if there was a misunderstanding. The current minister, when she took office, acted on this. I think it was less than a month that she was in office, that the matter has been referred back to the presidency. My understanding is that it was still in the Department of Justice. She acted very fast on this. But that was all we could do, is just follow up to see where the process was, which we did.
Thank you, Advocate. The impression I got from the oral question was just that simply it wasn't her duty to intervene there. I won't go into the length and the breadth of the 5th and the 6th of June statements that you made in the media, and I won't be asking specific names. I would just like to know, why did you go to the media, make statements? you drew attention and you said in today you don't particularly maybe even have evidence on it at the moment. Does that not then incite possible panic and undue frenzy?
The reason why I made those comments at the time was I said I was not prepared to talk about the detail of the one specific allegation. But that information, intelligence that I received during a formal briefing by an agency member was a very serious matter. And at the time, the NPA, the national director and the NPA was under serious attack. And it seemed to all make sense about why there was the serious attack on the NPA, given the intelligence that I received. And that is why it was in an attempt to actually make the country understand that we are facing various challenges from so many different quarters in trying to deal with crime in this country. And that was the reason for it.
Thank you, Advocate. I would want to go in more into it, but I think my time has almost expired, so I'll come to my last question. On the 10th of September 2024, you spoke about having unhindered access to the Zondo evidence. But even in that meeting, you seemed to be very cautious. You were pulling punches, not openly saying what you wanted or what was the hindering. It seemed to be very a tense meeting. So I would just ask you plainly, Advocate Batohi, is this hesitation because of internal interference within your organization, or is it because of external interference from the department you fall under? I would just like to know which one it is. And I'd be glad to hear if you've since been granted this unhindered access to prosecute these high-profile cases. And I would also just like to make one last point. You know, you've repeatedly said that the NPA acts without fear and favor and prejudice, yet individuals like Lucky Montana still remains untouched. And I don't know if that's because of these Zondo Commission reports that are still inaccessible.
So just on, the NPA still does not have unhindered access. We request information from the department and then receive the information either through Section 71, I think, and Section 28 requests from the department. I don't want to raise this in Parliament now. There have been some challenges, but the IDAC and the department are working through this. And it seems like we do have solutions in place, but that is the current situation.
Sorry, are you saying that you had challenges getting unhindered access? Is that what you mean?
We don't have unhindered access. The access that we get, well, it's through a request process at the moment. We get information. But my understanding is that there is the IDAC and the mechanism are talking to allow IDAC to get better access to the database.
Advocate, I remember that meeting quite vividly. You were emphatically clear in that meeting that you can't ask for information you don't know is there, and hence was the reason for that unhindered access. So it sounds to me, and I think it almost leans on what Honourable Breitenbach was speaking about earlier on, is there an executive overreach, seeing that you fall under them, that hinders your access to information and they have the final say on whether you can get to those reports or not?
All I can say is that it's not the executive, because I haven't escalated this to the minister yet. I said to the minister, we are working through it, and if I need to escalate it to you, I will. I haven't done that yet. As I said, the IDAC, you are right. You know, you can't ask for something that you don't know exists. So we are trying to find a way with the department to ensure that the IDAC is able to have direct access, that IDAC people, my understanding is that there's been an arrangement that members from IDAC will be able to go into the system. But they're putting that in place, and I haven't had any feedback. This is a recent development, and hopefully that will work.
Thank you very much, Advocate, and I really hope that you do get it right, because we are sitting in the crisis we are because of things like that. It's one thing, it's one of the cogs in the wheel that is causing the country to be where we're at. And if we go to every single department and we identify those very bottlenecks that are stopping us from actually doing our work, and especially you in the NPA and ADAC, IDAC, excuse me, we just get those small solutions done, I think we can really make a difference. Thank you very much for your time today, Advocate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Chopper. The list of follow-ups start with Honorable Shongwe, National Council of Provinces, and Honorable Mani from the MKP is a member of the National Assembly. Thank you so much. Can I note the hands? Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Sangoni, Honorable James, Honorable Matthews, Honorable Skosana. Are you decided that your hand is up, or you will be the last? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, how did you find out about the Gupta extradition? Was it on a written note or somebody told you or informed you, sir?
Chair, if I may ask for clarity, how did I find out about what aspect of the Gupta extradition?
You said that you are going to reapply for them to be extradited, right? And you said when you're going to do that, you're going to study what really made you fail or not to get that something like that. You said the reasons of why it was not approved. Am I correct?
Partly. I said that we will submit a new application with more charges, but that there was a risk because we still don't understand why the UAE court refused the application. Now, let me hasten to add, we have received reasons. We know what the reasons are, but they don't make sense. There were two things that are important in this context. The one is that the UAE had concurrent jurisdiction for money laundering, and that meant that they could prosecute money laundering. That's fine. That is perfectly allowable in extradition processes. And so our response was, we can give you the evidence that you need, that we have in South Africa for money laundering. But there's never been a request from the UAE for any evidence from South Africa for them to prosecute money laundering cases. That's the first part of it. The second part of it, there was some suggestion about a cancelled warrant being attached to the papers of the extradition. We are not sure why the UAE authorities attached a cancelled warrant to the papers, but we do know that there was a cancelled warrant. And the reason for a cancelled warrant was that initially there were certain exchange control contraventions that are not crimes in the UAE that were included in our warrant. And my understanding is that it was removed, and therefore one warrant had to be cancelled and there needs to be a new warrant. Generally, when these kind of technical issues come up in an extradition process, it would be referred back for that technicality to be corrected. But in this case, the court saw fit to decline the request. That being the case, we will still submit a new application as soon as possible.
Okay. You know, the fake it until you make it statement is starting to make sense to me by Andre Johnson, the head of IDAC, which you were asked on a certain interview, what's your take on it? And your answer was that she was motivating her staff. But let me read to you a judgment by the court when we are speaking about the suggestion. This was not a suggestion, it was a judgment. It said, whereas regarding extradition requests for the fraud charge, Article number 3/9 of the extradition agreement stipulated that the extradition request must be submitted by a copy of arrest warrant, whereas in accordance with the submitted document, the attached arrest warrant issued for the fraud crime is cancelled accordingly. The extradition conditions for this crime were not fulfilled. Further down it says, whereas the submitted documents did not include any arrest warrant against the person to be extradited, for the corruption crime accordingly, the extradition conditions for this crime were not fulfilled. So that was the judgment. The one that you say is a suggestion.
If I can comment on that. So, as I said, there was an issue with the warrant. Generally, when these kind of technical requirements are not met in extradition processes, the court will refer it back for that to be rectified. In this particular case, that didn't happen. It was declined. And if the court had referred it back to rectify it, we would have complied with that requirement. And as I said, we're not sure because the final set of papers is put together by the prosecution in the UAE. Although a team from South Africa, a team of prosecutors did go to the UAE to make sure that our papers were in order before the final set of papers were put together.
So this is from since March 2023 till now. So this is since from March 2023 till now, nothing has happened.
As I said, from the time of the decision, we have actually been working really hard to make sure that there are more charges in addition to the one.
All right, thank
Sorry,
you.
if I may finish, in addition to the ones that we put together. And I do want to emphasize that our prosecutors traveled on a number of occasions to work with the prosecutors in UAE to make sure that our papers were in order. Thank you, Chair.
But you are aware that this judgment was 2023 March.
I'm aware of that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chair. And DPP, is it your evidence that requesting information from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development in line with the Commission's Act is a hindered access?
Sorry, Honorable Member, I didn't get the full
I am saying,
import.
is it the evidence of the NDPP before this committee that requesting Zondo Commission information from the Department of Justice in line with the Commission's Act is a hindered access?
I'm not sure about the part you see, in line with the Commission's Act, my understanding is, and I'm not sure what part of the Commission's
The
Act.
Commission's Act actually says the custodian of
Is the
commission
department.
work is in the Department of Justice.
That is correct.
Yeah.
In
So
terms-
is you complying with the Commission's Act a hindered access?
Well, it's an access by way of requesting the department for
So
information.
that's what you call the hindered access.
Well, I suppose it could be termed in that way, because we don't have access directly into the database. But I want to add that there have been recent discussions between the IDAC and the department where they have reached some agreement about IDAC investigators getting better access. So
No, but
what it-
NTPP, I want you to take us to how is requesting information from the department in line with the law a hindrance?
When we say unhindered access, I fully understand that the department is the custodian of the information from the Zondo Commission. And that is why, at the time, although there was an original agreement that the entire database will be sent to the NPA, we realized that the department is a custodian. So that is a correct process. But we need to find a way of, within that context, the IDAC getting the information that it needs from the Zondo database.
Okay, the department committed to train and give full access pins and other things to prosecutors so that it makes it easy for you to access that information. Has that been done?
There was some training that was done, that is correct. Some IDAC investigators were trained. But they still, my understanding, and I don't have all the information, so I stand to be corrected, is that even those that were given this access, that were trained, had access to a particular part of the database and not the entire database. That is my understanding. But now it is something that, as I said, IDAC is working with the department to make sure that we're able to access what we need. This is a recent development, and I would just ask that we allow that process to unfold to see if this better access works for the IDAC.
Okay.
And, you know,
So the law requires you to follow a particular procedure for you to access information. The department, further to help you, trains prosecutors. But you still come here and say you have got hindered access to the Zondo Commission information.
If I may say, I agreed to a suggestion that the honorable member had made to me in using that terminology. I was trying to explain with respect what exactly the process is. So initially, as I said, and I'm repeating myself, forgive me, but the entire database was meant to come to the NPA. That was the agreement that we had. But later on, the Department of Justice said that that should not happen because correctly they are the custodians and that all of that information will be under the department's control. We've then had a long history of the training took place probably more than 2 years ago or so of some investigators. And there's been a long history of us trying to get the access that we need. As I said, there have been ongoing conversations and discussions. There is still now a new process that is going to be put in place, and I'm asking that we allow that process to see whether the IDAC gets better access to the database and gets access to the information that it needs, because this is critical for the prosecution of these cases.
Does the NDPP have an appreciation that the information is not only meant for the NPA, but it's meant for all the law enforcement agencies of the country? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that
I
is
agree
the
fully
last,
with that, and I have an appreciation for that as well.
Can we move to Honorable Sangwen?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Advocate Batohi, please will you help me just understand? I need to know the difference or similarities, if there are any, between the Scorpions and IDAC. I'm asking this because I thought that what had made the Scorpions successful, I don't know if I'm using the right terminology, but this prosecutor-guided investigation approach that you're talking about, or something of that nature, which is exactly what I think has been given to IDAC now. Could you just clarify that for me, please?
Certainly, the prosecutor-guided there's two types of prosecutor-guided methodology and prosecutor-led investigations. The prosecutor-guided investigations are where the prosecutors in the NPA work with investigators in the police, and they work together in a coordinated way. That's ideally what it should be. In order, prosecutors guide investigations, but the investigators are from the police. The prosecutor-led model is the IDAC model, where investigators, prosecutors, and other disciplines that are needed fall under one structure. That's prosecutor-led investigations, and that is the model of the Scorpions as well. The difference is that it's the same model, but the Scorpions had a much wider mandate in that they also investigated organized crime and high-level complex economic crimes. The IDAC mandate is restricted to certain types of corruption and other forms, related crimes as per the Act. That is essentially the difference.
Okay. So would I be correct then? I think I'm drawing from this discussion that I'm following up on the Scorpions. So if the Scorpions were disbanded because they were chasing politicians, I paraphrase, right? They were disbanded because they were chasing politicians. Then you go and you take exactly the same model that was a success in the Scorpions. You give that mandate to IDEC. You give them cases where largely the expectation is that you'll have, politicians, high-profile people in the cases coming out of state capture. Would that not mean that this government has taken a decision to go to exactly where the challenge was as it relates to state capture, create a model that works in the same way as the Scorpions in order to strengthen the fight against corruption, and even specifically corruption that is seen to implicate politicians?
I think you're right, Honorable Sangoni. And the danger of that is if politicians feel threatened by the success of a unit, they would want it shut down. So that is a threat and a risk.
And I heard you how you're saying we must respond to it. But I think the point that I'm driving is...
Paraphrase, so I'm using your term. Sorry.
No, I get you. And I get you how you said it must be protected, right? But for all intents and purposes, those wrongs or the wrong that was done, the original sin against the Scorpions, to a certain extent is being addressed by the establishment of IDEC.
If I understand your question correctly, Honorable Sangoni, are you saying that the part of the mandate of the Scorpions is the mandate of the IDAC and the methodology is the same? Am I getting it right? I just want to understand your question, please.
You see, I don't want to get the president into trouble by saying he re-established the Scorpions, right? But if the Scorpions, you said there may be political interference. So if the Scorpions were disbanded because they were chasing politicians, by creating an IDEC that you give a mandate to look at corruption, to look at state capture cases, basically where the politicians are, and then you give it the same methodology of operating which had proven to be effective in the Scorpions, then to a certain extent you've tried to right whatever wrong was done by the disbandment of the Scorpions as it relates to the chasing of politicians.
I would broadly agree with that suggestion.
Honorable Mathis. Are you asking the follow-up or are you forfeiting the opportunity?
Mine is, Advocate, you said there were prosecutors between you and Honorable Breitenberg that know who aided state capture. We don't have their names. Can we have them, please? And some of them are currently in DCs, etc. I don't know.
It is very difficult, again, because as a matter of policy in the NPA, when there are disciplinary processes, we do not make any public statements about them. And even though in this case one might argue that the names have been bandied around in public, I don't want to fall foul of our own policy and mention names in this forum, because that is the policy of the NPA. But the names have certainly been mentioned in public in this instance, many of the names.
So we're going to have the same situation as we have earlier. I guess it's something we can discuss when we take the name of the prosecutor that has been investigated. I guess you're going to say the same thing about the politicians who you said who were involved in Vusi Pekole's prosecution or withdrawal of charges, his case. That was also a conversation.
He was suspended by the president and the ministers at the ministers.
So you're saying it was the president and the ministers that interfered with the case?
All I said is there was involvement of politicians because they of necessity suspended him.
The other one, my other question, which was already answered by, asked, was the Scorpions versus IDEC question. It was already asked. But in the same breath, the Scorpions was weaponized against factions in amongst politicians, amongst rivals, etc. And that was partly why it was disbanded. I mean, I think that is also a fact. So the fact that we have an introduction of IDEC, it's to serve the same purpose, to serve a faction in the political space. What would you say to that?
With all due respect, Honorable Mates, I'd say before we say it's a fact, we should have the evidence.
So why do you think the Scorpions...
If I have the evidence, then I might agree with you that it's a fact, but I don't have that evidence.
So when the Scorpions... Okay, let's leave it. It's fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we take Honorable James?
Thank you so much, Chair. Advocate Mart almost skipped a beat earlier on when I heard you saying that NPA works very well with SAPS. Maybe if you had said, you know, we work fairly well, but the fact that you say you work very well with SAPS, maybe SAPS in the rest of the country and not in South Gauteng. I want to ask you, was NPA part of the counterintelligence task team?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. We sit on a number of structures, but whether we're on a counterintelligence structure, I'm not aware that we are.
Because I think with all these task teams
I'd be surprised if, sorry to interrupt, Honorable James, I would be surprised if we sit on an intelligence structure, but I must confirm that.
I'm just asking because we were told by previous witnesses that the composition of these task teams would obviously also have a component of NPA. So they would sort of work hand in glove. So you're saying that NPA was not part of counterintelligence. I'm trying to understand General Mkhwanazi's allegations that there are loopholes and cases were being struck off the roll. You said earlier on we need to follow the money. I'm trying to follow the money with this. And you said that NPA works well with SAPS. Why was the frustration specifically with counterintelligence that was investigating these drug cartels?
Honorable James, I'm not sure what the context of this is, and I'm not aware that we sit on counterintelligence structures. So I need to get that information first before I can understand what the frustration might have been there. But there are so many structures, and when I say we work very well with the police, I mean that they are our closest partner in terms of fighting corruption. And so at different levels, from national through to provincial, district level, local level, there are partnerships and relationships that are critical. They work at different levels of effectiveness, but we generally have good working relationships with the police. It isn't always as effective as we would like it to. So that was the point I was trying to make. But on your counterintelligence, I will have to get information about which structure exactly and whether we sit on that.
I want to disagree with you there because I know of dozens of drug-related cases that were struck off the court roll, specifically in the Gauteng area. And I'd actually like to forward you all those dockets because whenever we have these operations, especially in Gauteng, and I'm especially referred to Eldorado Park, we almost have to beg the courts to basically place those cases on the court roll. But I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it for my questioning. I'm just going to leave it there for now.
Well, Chair, if I could quickly respond to that, because it's an important issue that you raise, and if there are dozens of cases that are being withdrawn, we do need it to be brought to our attention. We have now put in place in the NPA, we are asking for reasons from prosecutors for every corruption case that's withdrawn. There must be reasons, and for withdrawal of sexual and gender-based violence matters, we're asking for reasons to be submitted so we can check to see what is going on. But if members find this as a problem, I would urge members to please bring it to my attention so that we could look into these matters and deal with any errant prosecutors or investigators as appropriate. Thank you, Chair.
The last person is Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair.
The list is closed.
I've got 3 follow-ups. One, Honorable Brechenbeck asked you about the political interference. What's your view on that about Advocate Pikoli? I wanted to get your answer clearly. What was your response?
My response was that he was suspended by the president, I assume at the recommendation of the minister, and to that extent, there were politicians involved. I didn't say there was political interference. I stand to be corrected, but there was involvement of politicians, because that is the way it works.
No, but you did not respond like that, but it's fine. Because she was very specific, hence I wanted to find out a clarity on you on that. But let me just say to you, if you don't believe that, I think you have McCarthy and Bulelani Nguga. He can attest to that if you want reference. The issue of the scorpions, that they were targeting people, is a fact. And when it comes to the IDEC, it's like now it's in a different name. And hence my Honorable James said he will forward you the issue of Gauteng in particular about these drugs issues, cases being withdrawn. Some of us were experienced about that. We are very experienced about that. I mean, we open cases, your prosecutors decline them. You know, they in other words, there's a smear campaign. Somebody must go to court several times before the matter is withdrawn or the matter is thrown out. Now, by that time, your character is gone. The perception is everything, especially with politicians. What they do, these factions, when they target advocate, like my colleague has said earlier, especially Honorable Mvalo, especially towards the elections, there's an arrest before investigation. They investigate a person after he was arrested. For the next 5, 6, 7 years, they are saying they are busy with investigation. Why arrest people before investigation? Because they want to destroy you. Now, we are saying because we are living, as we said, in January, other issues maybe are going to be attended by the incoming NDPP, which is unfortunate. But in my view, I'm saying to you, please, in the period which we are still in the office, can you please ask them to treat people fairly? But I'm going to have my question. You'll understand where I'm coming from. To say, the rate which you were explaining here, to say you've got 81% success, we'll debate that later. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I may, though, there's been a number of comments that have been made, and I would like to quickly respond to them, because it is important that the correct messaging gets out to the public. Firstly, Honorable Skhosana said it was a fact that the scorpions were targeting. Again, as I responded, I would like to get evidence of that so that we can understand exactly what these facts are based on, and then I can comment on that, and then saying that the IDAC is doing the same. And Chair, I worry that the IDAC has been put together to deal with corruption in this country. I accept that it's a baby. It's still we've just given birth to it. And it seems like we're already having these conversations about targeting, and whether my concerns are that as a country we want to fight corruption, and that if we try to raise these kinds of issues relating to the IDAC without any substance, and if there are substance and facts, please, I will urge the department to get the investigating judge put in place as soon as possible, because this is the one instrument we have in this country to deal with the scourge of corruption. We need to strengthen it and not weaken it. So I urge that we get facts on that, please, Chair. On the drugs, Honorable Skhosana, that's an important issue. If you please, again, please give us that information, because we need to understand exactly what the facts are so that we can properly investigate it and deal with it in the way that results in consequences after a good investigation. And the final comment that Honorable Skhosana made was that arrest before investigations, particularly when it comes to election time. Again, please, Honorable Skhosana, if you could write to me, send me the facts of these cases, where it's happened, And I give you my assurance that I will look into that and make sure that whatever decisions have been taken correctly, and if not, there will be consequences. But we do need the facts of these matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana was last on the list. We are now taking the economic freedom fighters, and thereafter we will take a break. Your 40 minutes start now. It's up until
I'm going to only be 5 minutes,
It's
Chair.
up until 21 past 6. I mean, yes.
Advocate, there is in your annual report says there was 57.4 million in funding that was received from the federal government of the Republic of Germany. What was that for?
So that is primarily to deal with capacitating the NPA to fight corruption. And to say that, it wasn't money that the NPA received, but we received services that helps us to
In
capacitate the NPA.
Okay. And who conceptualized the project?
It was conceptualized in the NPA.
Okay.
Of course, with the government of Germany.
Okay. Did the NPA approach the Hans Siedel, is it Hans Siedel Foundation? Because this is the NGO that the funding was channeled through, am I correct?
We worked with the government of Germany, and the government of Germany decided on the partner that will implement in South Africa.
Do you know why they chose the Hans Siedel Foundation?
I have no idea.
You didn't ask?
No, it was the German government. They were giving us the sponsorship, the assistance, and I assumed that as a government they would do the responsible thing.
Okay. Do you know that the Hans Siedel, but as part of our government, don't you think you should also do the responsible thing and find out what was the story behind the Hans Siedel Foundation? Because do you know that they also collaborate with News 24?
I'm not aware of that.
And that it collaborates with the Institution of Security Studies that is chaired by a Jackie Salas, who goes around calling for prosecution of members of parliament and engages political discourse.
I didn't know that either, but I'm not sure how that becomes a challenge. It'd be good to understand.
So you don't see how private funding can risk the capture of institution, of any institution for that matter, yet alone institutions like our criminal justice system. And we also had our previous Concord Mkhwanazi, who refused to take private funding as well because of the sacredness of these institutions that we have. And why do you feel differently?
So let me say that with regard to and it's not private funding. We are not getting funds, but we have engaged in innovative partnerships with the private sector to ensure that we get the skills and capacities that we need to assist us in the fight against corruption. The reason why we think this is not problematic is that we put safeguards in place to make sure that we distance ourselves from the funding as such, but also to be clear that this is in line with international good practice. The UN Convention Against Corruption specifically states that it's important for government to actually partner with the private sector in their fight against corruption. So this is an international good practice, and we have engaged in a very strategic way with relevant partners to ensure that we get the capacities, capabilities in the NPA, which in a very financially and fiscally constrained environment, we do not have. So this was actually bilateral meetings that we had with the government of Germany and the South African government. I understand even ministers been involved. And so we put in place the safeguards to get the assistance to train and capacitate, really bespoke training for prosecutors and investigators in the fight against corruption.
So, Advocate, are you alive to the facts on how foreign governments capture countries And it starts off, sometimes it's not always in the form of money, but exactly that, it's training. They're training prosecutors of our country. So the issue of being trained, being captured by another government, being in such close proximity, you don't see, leave the UN out. I mean, the UN cannot be our standard, and if we look at other issues on how they handle matters in the country, let's talk about what we need here in the country. We've come out of a country that's both been colonized and through the apartheid. We need to stand on our own feet, and we need to manage. The fact that you even say, Advocate, that you didn't see any need to investigate this organization because you figured that Germany would do the right thing is problematic.
Honorable Member, I can understand the concern that you could have countries that would try to, in some way, influence things in another country. That's, of course, it's possible. But in this case, we control, it's not like the German government or the implementing partner that they chose are the ones that decide on what training we get. The training has been, the manuals have been developed completely by South African experts and prosecutors that sat together for days to develop a complete training manual drawing on our expertise. So it's completely something that's in-house. It is something that we control all aspects of with regard to the training. We even train, we get experts here. It's just the support in terms of getting
It's money, though.
the funded. I understand that it is money, but it's different where people would go to another country and get training that we have no control over. Here we have complete control over what is happening. We want to ensure that our prosecutors have the necessary capacities, and because of the fact that we are in a fiscally constrained environment, we've been innovative in trying to deal with these gaps to ensure that we can fight this fight properly.
You also said we don't need any more money, and here we are getting 57.7 million from another foundation that you didn't do any due diligence on. And to even go as far as your disclaimer saying we do our own training, we do our own manuals, etc. here, but you've just said, Advocate, that you don't know anything. You didn't even know that it's linked to this Jackie Sellis. You don't know about the Institution of Security Studies that he chairs, and that's problematic.
Thank you. Honorable Member, there's some things about what you said that I know about and other things that I don't know about. So the initial links that you mentioned, yes, I don't know anything about that. But what I do know about is the way we've been working with the government of Germany to ensure that we are able to get the training that we want. And there's other, there are other governments that are supporting other entities in South Africa with things like training. For example, the French government is in a partnership with the SIU to provide training for them. And so I agree, we need to have safeguards to ensure, for example, the things we have put in place. And, my understanding is that the Hans Seidel Foundation has, for decades worked with the German government as a trusted partner. So, I think it's important to understand that their role is an implementing partner for the German government. But we have really, I want to urge, we put in place controls to make sure that we control what happens, and it's not like getting training that's decided on by another government.
And then perhaps, Advocate, if we did more to end corruption, we wouldn't have to be begging with Germany and France and other countries to partner with to do very basic services we're supposed to offer our citizens. It's actually shameful, because I don't think any of those countries take any funding from South Africa to do any services over there. And these are just the bare basic services that we're supposed to offer our country, and we are taking funding from foreign governments to do it. It's quite disgraceful.
If I might respond to that, please, Honourable Member. Two things. I think in the first instance, I agree with you completely that if we could deal with corruption more effectively in this country, it's not just about taking money from other countries to fight corruption. Africa is almost the beggars of the West when it comes to aid and funding. It should never be the case. Africa is a rich continent. We have enough to pay for everything we need. But we become beggars to the rest of the world because of corruption in our countries. And I agree with you completely. If we're able to deal with corruption, we don't need money from anyone in the world. We'll be able to fund all of this. And just to clarify the point I made about the budget, we have for this, as I said, we have funding for budget for this year, but for the outer years, we are going to need a substantial increase in our budget. Thank you.
And this brings us to the next question on corruption. So the Auditor General reports annually that billions of rands are classified as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Then there's also irregular, unauthorized expenditure across all government entities. So how many cases has the NPA enrolled for violations of Section 38, 39, and 40 of the Public Finance Management Act? Can we get
Honourable
them?
Member, I don't have the stats before me. We can certainly get that.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure you have a team and we can submit that, because if we can pursue labor-related cases, I think these are, when we talk about corruption, and the more we are pursuing corruption cases and this wasteful expenditure cases, I think we're less likely to find that they continue spiraling. I want to talk about the complaints. In your report, you've also, in your statement actually, on point 52, you've indicated there were 58 complaints that were lodged against prosecutors between 2019 and 2025. And then you've indicated how many were...
The reference? I beg your pardon?
I think it is point 52.
On my affidavit?
Mm-hmm.
Twenty-two. Is it 50? Sorry, Honourable.
58 complaints were lodged, and then you explain what was the outcomes of
Sorry,
these
the paragraph
58.
number?
On paragraph 52. Have you got it? Yeah. So you've got about 3,500 prosecutors. Am I more or less right? And there's about 280 that are on contract. Across the country, how many prosecutors we have?
Across, around 3-5,
Yeah.
yes.
So, Advocate, to say that we've only received 58 complaints for such a long time, it's shocking. I'm sure half of South Africa is falling off their chairs or hitting into some car or taxi right now. It can't be. So there's either two things, and maybe you should look into it or explain. It's either that we don't know where, or South Africans at large do not know where to lodge complaints. The average person on the street, we can just step out here in Cape Town and go and ask anyone what they think about the MPA, and someone will have a story to tell. So to say we only receive 58 complaints means that there's something wrong with the system. And I have a personal experience. I've lodged a complaint against a prosecutor a long time ago. The only time I got a response, and I did it through the right channels, the only time I got a response is when I went on social media. So can you respond to that? Because it can't be that you have that many prosecutors and we only get 58 complaints that you've reported at least.
I will certainly look. The numbers, I agree with you, appear to be low given the numbers that we have. But I will have to confirm. I imagine that my team have given me the correct numbers. We have on our website, people are able to get complaints. We have an ethics hotline where complaints can be made. If you go onto our website, you'll be able to find it. So, I would imagine that that's the first point of call for people will be the website to make complaints. With regard to your complaint personally,
It's a long time ago. I've even given up hope. Okay. But I was using that as an example that I followed up, and I would even still have it, like 3 or 4 times
I
And
can say-
only when I went on social media, then they called me and asked for information about it.
Chair, I take heart in hearing it was a long time ago, so maybe things have changed now. I certainly
No,
hope
it
so.
was during your time though, but I'll send it through. But I'm saying that that amount cannot be, it's shocking. Your statement also seems that you've made a deliberate effort to demonstrate that there's sufficient oversight at IDEC. So if there was, why was it necessary for us to insert section 22A for oversight? Because, I mean, otherwise we're just doing wasteful expenditure.
That's a very good question. Initially, it was not in. It was raised by the Minister of Police, Minister Cele, because the DPCI has a judge. And so it was in that context that we agreed to it.
So did you agree that there wasn't proper, or the oversight that is needed, that the police have, that IDEC needed?
We didn't see the need for it initially because we felt that there were sufficient systems in place to address misconduct or allegations of misconduct in any part of the NPA. But having inserted it, I think it's actually better to have a higher level of oversight. So I would agree that that's a good addition, which wasn't in the original draft.
On point 34 of your statement, you have recruited investigators from SAPS for IDEC. Was that a wise move to do? Because we already have chronic shortages of investigators in SAPS as it is. And then IDEC has gone to, or you have seconded, and this is from your statement, or you've seconded investigators from SAPS. How does that leave SAPS?
Well, if that didn't happen, the ID wouldn't have been able to work. We would have created an ID that couldn't work. It required partnerships with various other partners in the justice system to capacitate it, because it was temporary at that time, and the numbers were very low. And that's why I mentioned earlier that the secondment model was not going to work, because where you have other entities that are themselves struggling with capacity, how do you expect them to support and assist a new directorate that is required to do work that the country is expecting it to deliver on at breakneck speed? It's just not possible. So under the old structure, it was necessary to get investigators that had the necessary powers and experience. And we are grateful to the DPCI for supporting and assisting the IDAC. Otherwise, it would have been pointless setting up this entity. But now that the IDAC is permanent, we're able to recruit from outside. But of course, if people, it happens in government, people move, we lose people to SARS and the external, partners or businesses, and it happens in government. And that is why I said, unless we regularize the salary issues, it will be easier for people to remain in the entities without moving for other better opportunities.
How many of the investigators that you have now in IDEC, I keep saying the wrong things, have had criminal charges at some point, whether they were successfully prosecuted or not? Are you able to give, I'm sure you don't have it offhand, but if you can get that. And also, how many were dismissed from previous institutions for misconduct? I think that's very important.
We'll certainly get that information. I would be interested in that as well.
Okay, the Scorpions and IDEC we've answered. We want to talk about the former NPA's ID, Advocate Kranji. Is it Kranji? He resigned in 2021. Do you know why he resigned?
She,
sorry, yes.
I suppose it would be best for her to answer that.
But, yeah, I know that, but I'm saying, do you know?
I'm not sure what the exact reason was at the end of the day, but I suppose, she had her reasons for deciding it was best to leave the NPA.
Are you aware of the reports where she said she was fed up because there was resistance to bring the right people to book? And do you have a comment on that? Do you know about those reports? Because
I'm not aware of that report.
so
But-
you came in, you didn't know anything, you didn't do any investigations on why she would just resign and just be fed up. We're asking for your opinion here. We're not saying that whatever you say is going to be the gospel truth, but what is it that you got from it?
I think there were frustrations all round, and Advocate Cronje decided it was best that she left.
Do you want to talk about some of the frustrations that she had expressed to you?
No,
Why?
it's her personal reasons, and I think it's best that if she
So
wants
she
to talk
didn't-
about it, it's best that she talks about it herself.
Honorable Adams, so you said you just got a high-level briefing from Advocate Johnson regarding the Khumalo arrest, which stemmed from the cases that Honorable Adams opened. Given hindsight, do you think that do you know, or do you think that there should have been an explanation that Honorable Adams should have given to IDEC on why he was not cooperating with SAPS before IDEC started and pursued the case? Because number one, in Advocate Johnson's statement, she said that the case or the report ended up coming to IDEC after Honorable Adams opened 4 cases. The police tried to contact him. He didn't respond. He came and he lodged a complaint with IDEC saying that the cases were missing, etc. So given hindsight, do you think that this is something that IDEC should have pursued? Are you familiar now that everything has happened? We're talking about hindsight, how IDEC should have handled the complaint.
I don't think it would have precluded IDAC from continuing with the matter, because it falls within its mandate. But it would have been good to know why he was not cooperating with the police. I agree.
And have you asked them yet? Because we couldn't get a clear answer.
No, I haven't. I wasn't even aware of that.
Advocate, there's a lot of things you're not aware of. It feels like we are sitting with Lieutenant General Sabia, who was not sure of a lot of things. Let's talk about Lieutenant General Khumalo. When he was arrested, he was banned from going to his office. And Advocate Johnson said that it was because he was going to interfere, or there was a possibility that he would interfere with witnesses who were at the headquarters. Is that not bizarre? Because I don't even see your best prosecutors, when they're dealing with accused child rapists, asking a magistrate to say the bail condition, this accused child rapist must not go to the community where their child is. But it was done in this case. Why wasn't Lieutenant Khumalo not just asked to not interfere with witnesses?
I don't know what the circumstances of this case are, as I explained, and what fears or concerns the IDAC had about the head of an entity being able to influence or interfere with investigations with regard to his subordinates. So given the circumstances of this case, it doesn't appear to be that it was an unusual request, because it appears that whatever took place in crime intelligence, and this is the head. So a lot of the evidence will be in that office.
But so I'm using it in the same sense of, you don't do that. We have child rapists, family members. You don't get prosecutors doing that and saying that, and you're doing it in a labor-related case. And he wasn't banned from work either, so that's another thing. He was just banned from headquarters, so it's not like he wasn't able to access whatever information. So what Advocate Johnson said was that he was going to interfere with witnesses, not about him accessing information.
That's my understanding. And with all due respect, we do object to bail in cases with regard to the type that you mentioned, where you have rapists, etc. We object, we do that all the time. And a number of them in those cases are in fact kept in custody, but there may be cases where they are released on bail.
A lot, Advocate, but we won't go into it. So on this case also, you don't know? On this issue about the bail condition and them banning him from his place of employment, you're not sure also about this and whether it was not reaching?
All I'm saying is that I don't have the facts upon which
Okay,
the
that's what I'm
IDAC
asking, okay.
decided.
So, Advocate, you don't think it's like you knew that you were coming here, you knew that your IDEC head was here, you didn't familiarize with yourself with things that actually it's quite bothering.
With all due respect, Honourable Member, those are questions that the IDAC head must answer.
Yes, she did,
Because
and now we're asking
it
you
is
as her
within-
head.
It is within the realm of operations that she actually, the IDAC and the ID, deals with these matters. And she would be best placed to answer those questions because I don't have the facts. And so instead of me familiarizing myself with facts, she would be first-hand knowledge
Yeah, but
to
that's
give
not-
you the facts.
I agree with that, and she's been here. I'm asking you as her head, after this whole thing has exploded and it's all over, you haven't called her and sat her down and gone through this and see like what has happened, even up to now.
With all due respect, Honourable Member, we've been preparing for this, and there hasn't been much time between her testimony and now.
But even
for us.
before she came and gave her testimony, these things have been in the media for a long time. So even before she came to give her testimony, I think as our National Director of Public Prosecutors, you should have long sat down and got information about this. I mean, we're talking about, and I'm not saying that Lieutenant General Khumalo must be above the law, but we certainly cannot just have our head of state security just being arrested without, of crime intelligence, I beg your pardon, without you having sat down and gone through it and crossed I's and dotted T's, because it makes us as South Africans feel extremely unsafe.
With all due respect, Honourable Mates, it is the national directors. I dealt with the powers of an ID and DPPs and what they do. The NDPP is a review mechanism, and therefore the decisions to prosecute, the management of cases, the objections to bail are all operational issues that are dealt with by a DPP or an ID and the teams, not by the NDPP. And these issues have now come up in the context of this, this hearing. But those are issues that reside solely, you know, they're operational issues. And it's, the National Director needs to, of course, be briefed at a high level. But the operational matters are for the teams and the DPP to deal with. That is their power and responsibility. But of course, if they do something wrong, then you're right, the National Director must get involved and understand what is going on.
So how would you know if they did anything wrong if you, after you see all this and you don't call them and you don't get a briefing?
Well, if there are complaints about it,
Oh,
is one way of understanding that things have gone wrong. But otherwise, we must respect the authority that the Act gives to people to do their jobs.
But the issue is not saying that you must interfere. As you said, there's nothing wrong with saying, come and give me a brief on what happened here. You don't have to give instructions, but to understand and to be able to guide. And those are two very different things. And it is within your mandate to be able to make sure that our national prosecuting agency is working and operating as highly functional as possible. Let's move on to the case of
If I can just comment on that. I
Sure.
think it's important that to understand that I do receive reports, and it's important, especially when there are high-profile people involved, that the NDPP is properly briefed and understands, and we don't have rogue elements in the NPA doing what they want to do. So there is that level of supervision of a national director that is critical in these cases. And so I got the briefing from Advocate Johnson, but reasons why they objected to bail, they will understand from the circumstances of this particular matter.
You've indicated that you got intelligence from Lieutenant General Khumalo about the corrupt or alleged corrupt prosecutor. Was this the first time that you received intelligence from SAPS regarding prosecutors, including from the National Commissioner?
To my knowledge, yes, but I think this is the first time.
What was the minister's response? What was the minister's response when you told her about the intelligence report that you got from SAPS about?
She was very concerned about it.
Okay. And the president, when you met with him?
He was also concerned about it.
And what was besides him being concerned, he's always concerned and shocked. We know that as a country. What guidance did he give in the matter? What guidance did the president give in the matter?
Well, I had reported it to him, and it was now for the president to take it further. There was nothing further I could do about it.
Brian Pariachi, Advocate Johnson said that he was in his position before she got into office. Do you know anything about his appointment? Apparently he was headhunted to join.
Yeah, he was
IDEC.
appointed when Advocate Cronje was the ID.
He was appointed when who, sorry?
The previous ID, Advocate Cronje.
Oh, okay. So do you know anything about, were you part of the appointment? Did you know anything about it?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't briefed or anything about it?
I wasn't.
You wrote to the president, I think this point has been, or this question has been asked a few times about Advocate Chakwe. I just wanted to know whether he was involved in any bail matters concerning Mr. Molefe. Do you know, or can you check?
I'm not aware.
Will you be able to check and come back to us?
I can check. I would be surprised if he would personally do a bail application. It's unlikely, but I don't know. As the DPP, he has a role to play.
But you will be able to see if there's a pattern, if it's the same, because these are things I would have thought should have been done by now, given how these matters have been circulated so much. And then, well, I guess the same applies to Nhlanhla as well, if you can also just find out if there's a pattern, because a lot of his cases were also withdrawn. So just to see if
We've looked into that, and I have a list of all the cases that were withdrawn. We are calling for the dockets. The police have sent some dockets. They're looking for others. And we are checking to see whether there's a pattern, who was involved, what were the reasons for the withdrawals, etc.
Okay.
So that work is underway.
Okay, so are we able to be furnished with that? I would have thought our evidence leaders would have asked those questions as well.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I'm saying, are we able to get a copy of that, of all the cases
I don't
that
see-
were withdrawn regarding?
I don't see why not.
Okay, thank you. And I'm done. Oh, no, I'm not done. Let's also just go back quickly to, we were talking largely about corruption cases, particularly around politicians or politicians that are well connected. So let's talk about the PPE cases and the CR17 cases, NPA on that.
The question is?
On PPA cases, PPE, sorry, I'm saying PPA, PPE cases, how many of those have been prosecuted, successfully prosecuted? Because it's talking about corruption during COVID.
I don't have the figures, but I know that the Fusion Center at the time was coordinating the response to PPE-related corruption matters. But we can get those figures very easily.
Okay, and then the CR17?
What about it?
The money, we had bank statements that were sealed. Did the NPA play any role in that?
No.
it just went straight to a judge and they sealed. There
We had
was
no role
nothing.
in that.
There's never been a case that has been opened regarding the CR17
We had no role in that.
at all. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Can I check, honorable members, if you want to ask follow-up questions? Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Shongwe, the list, okay, Honorable Skosana, the list is closed.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to raise my discontent on the observation that I've made. I think we're having a stagnant interview with the NDPP because earlier when I was speaking to her, I had put to her the powers that she has to supervise ITEC and the DPPs. Ultimately, we agreed and she undertook to improve in future. That is where we left it. Now, when Honorable Mateus asked her about what she did after she learned about what happened in ITEC, she says she goes back to the same position that she was in to say, no, that is an ITEC issue. I can't intervene. You must let people do their work. So really, I'm very disappointed because I thought we were getting somewhere with the NDPP. Now, the question is, NDPP, is ITEC an entity falling under the NPA?
Yes,
Do you have a responsibility to supervise it?
I do, within the context of the law.
How often do they submit reports to you?
I get monthly reports from the IDAC.
You get monthly report. Do you agree with me if I say, notwithstanding monthly reports that they submit to you, you also have a statutory responsibility to summon any report regarding any prosecution and any case that you deem necessary at that time? The statutes, the NPA Act gives you that power.
You're correct.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to ask about this regarding the matter of this funding. You see, Chair, it is known that throughout the world, intelligence agencies usually channel funds through this organization. They never fund an individual or government directly. They fund through these agencies. The crux of the matter is that this foundation channels funds on behalf of chairmen which are hostile on our system. So I beg to understand, accepting such fund, where is it helping us? And if I may ask, is this German fund that you guys are talking about, did they fund the CR17 campaign? And just one last question, why is Mkhwanazi not arrested, even Namanj? Thank you, Chair.
On the first question, I explained when I was asked about the very bespoke training that we are putting together, where modules have been developed for prosecutors to really strengthen their ability to prosecute complex corruption cases. So this is helping us in that regard, and it's also about sharing and learning best practices from other parts of the world, so that we can also improve by taking on some of those practices. On the CR17 campaign, I don't know, I don't have that information. And on Mkhwanazi, once the police have investigated that matter properly, I don't know at what stage of the investigation it is, I have no information about it, but no doubt the prosecutors are working with the police and on this big matter, and when the evidence meets the standard, I'm sure they will do what is required of them.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, I'm disappointed as well, like my other colleague. It's not personal. that
I don't take it personally.
that you don't want to take accountability for anything. The issue of IDEC, that it falls under you. When IDEC fails, it means you have failed. Am I right?
You're right.
Now, the issue of funding, I wanted to make that follow up. Because we've seen in this country, I'll give you this small background for a second, that there's an organization in this country called civil society called themselves different foundation, Helen Suzman, there was Brent Hest, I think is disbanded. You have your one apartheid judge, Judge Nhlanhla, running a so-called corruption watch, and others, you know, who have been funded. Now, if NPA, besides the issue of staying off, because I think NPA explained about that the money went to DPCI, you know, that 30 million of staying off. And I'm not sure whether we were told the truth there as well. But be that as it may, are you not worried? And if I may ask, perhaps for us to be quick on this one, how much have you received, or NPA have received so far in terms of funding? And which organization, in terms of names, who funded, if there's any, who has funded NPA?
NPA does not receive any funding at all. I want to be very clear about that. NPA does not receive any money, but we receive services. And these are disclosed in our annual report. We're very transparent about this.
Yeah, but let me say this to you. Service, there's value on service. There's nothing for free. I mean, a person might want favors, like what a Judge Mkhwanazi, the former Chief Justice, said, that there's no free lunch. And I'm saying, I can say I'm volunteering, but volunteering, at the end of the day, there's value for money in that. You know, you might not quantify it now and say X amount of money, you know, these people have spent so much. Staying off was very clear that we are putting 30 million rand for you to give Price Waterhouse for forensic investigation. But with you, what we are saying now, I'm not disputing that, but I'm saying, in the high side, don't you think that indeed as well, the state must be able to cater for its own citizens? Citizens are paying tax in this country. You know, I know funding, because remember, Advocate, that one day you'll be funded by drug dealers. They say, no, we are offering a service. We're not giving you money. We'll send X, you know, we've got a professional, we've got advocate so-and-so, we've got the professor so-and-so, we've got doctor so-and-so. They want to come and help NPA. But those people who have been seconded to you have been funded by drug cartels. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I should say that we are not oblivious to the fact that we must make sure that there are safeguards to ensure that there's no such thing as any form of capture. The NPA must do its job without fear, favor, or prejudice. And we have always, disclosed our donations or whether you're right, it does have a monetary value to it, but we do not receive funding, and we are transparent about any support and assistance that we get from external partners. And I do want to emphasize, we are required, we have to have safeguards to ensure that we are not beholden to anyone, even to people that assist us with funding. And therefore, we've put in place safeguards to ensure that. And in a financially and fiscally constrained environment, we need to ensure that we have all the skills, capacities, and we try to be innovative about how we do it so that we can deliver to the people of this country. And your last point, I agree with you 200%. The state must be able to fund and pay for all our services. And if we don't have the levels of corruption in this country where people are stealing blind from the people of this country, we shouldn't have to go to anybody for any support.
Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I was not going to ask any question, but I've got a big problem where you earlier said you don't need money, you are sorted, maybe in the future years you'll need money, and then you go and take money in kind from the Germans. That is a huge contradiction. Because if there was a need for any kind of training to be provided by NPA, you would have budgeted for that to avoid getting money from foundations that you have not even vetted. It must be, and the most embarrassing thing, I don't know why you're doing this to us. Maybe I was saying to one of my colleagues here, you are really answering like a person who's going on retirement. It's like you don't care. You don't care what happens. How do you come here and you say you don't know who gave you 50-something million? You have not researched them? What if these people are chaired by Ket Matlala? And you are going to hear it for the first time sitting here, that you are actually receiving money in kind that goes through a foundation that is chaired by Pet Matlala. And then you say, I don't know. I don't know that. For an institution like NPA, you ought to take very serious who becomes your partner, both in monetary terms and even in kind. We were sitting here, we had evidence of Matlala being solicited to finance a presidential campaign of one of the ministers. And therefore, it can't be far that NPA can also be captured by the same people. So I'm really saying, Advocate, you have done a disservice to us. You tell us you don't need money. You are rocking. You are cruising nicely. You can try next year. Maybe other years. This year we're fine. Then you come, you say you're taking donations in kind from the Germans. And you keep on saying to us, we're not receiving any funding. As if we don't know the difference between donation in kinds and donation in money. It doesn't matter whatever form it takes. It has got monetary value. And you have accepted it after you said to us, you don't need money. To an extent that Advocate Bredenbach said, oh, we shouldn't fight for you in the Justice Department for more money. Because it should be something that we pride ourselves with, that we don't take money from foreign countries for the sake of our own sovereignty as a state, especially an institution like NPA. The last point I want to make again, Advocate, you say, we ask you about Maumel. It's such a huge case. Actually, we must be embarrassed that cars are taken, houses are paraded and all of that. There's no criminal case. And then we ask you, when are you coming for Maumel? You say, when police are ready. That is a pure, completely pure than white corruption case of a hospital called Tembisa. Why should we be told about police when IDEC deals with those matters? It is IDEC that should have actually even developed an interest on its own that this is too huge to be left. These are the kind of cases we want. As a head of NPA that IDEC falls under, surely you should have developed an interest and said to IDEC, 680 million gone to skinny jeans, a hospital ordering skinny jeans, and a head of NPA, it doesn't matter, head of IDEC. You are the corruption buster yourself because all of them fall under you. You should be able to say, come here. What happened with this case of people buying patients skinny jeans? Because when we go to hospitals, we normally get those gowns which are open at the back. What does a patient do with a skinny jean? That should have been an issue of interest for a corruption buster. We asking you, what are we doing up? We say, no, when police are ready, when it's ripe, then it will come to us and all of that. That's not a matter to be left to police. That's a typical example of cases that IDEC should be dealing with, not human resource. We have a case here, a big case of human resource, that a CV does not have an address or something like that. It's a criminal case. But here is a case of 680 million, close to 1 billion, only that which we can account for now, and worse, through this body, not asset forfeiture unit, the one of Kaiser Khanyawa and them. SIU. We hear from SIU that we are now sitting at almost 680 million. That's what SIU can uncover. Imagine if IDEC is there, crime intelligence is there, we're going to get more than $1 billion of one individual involved in corruption. The head of NPS says, well, we don't know, we'll wait for the police. That's so disappointing to tell the truth. Thanks.
If I can deal with that, there are two parts. Firstly, on the German funding, just to say that this project was a long time coming. It's not like we initiated it now. It's probably taken about 3 to 4 years to come to fruition. So it started at a time when we really needed the funding. So, you know, it took about 3 or 4 years before that came to fruition. It's not a new thing. So on the issue of IDAC, I agree with you that these are the kinds of cases that IDAC should be doing. IDAC has got limited resources at the moment. They are barely able to deal with the cases that they want. And I think this is the role of this committee, would be to strengthen IDAC, to give them the resources and all of the capacities, capabilities that they need. Because I agree with you completely. This is the kind of case that IDAC should be investigating. Thank you.
So can you please withdraw your earlier statement that you don't need funding? You are sorted because now you just confirmed you need funding. IDEC is funded through you. You
I
need
withdraw
money.
that
And
statement.
please withdraw the earlier statement that you don't need money.
I do withdraw that statement.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We have come to the end of this session. We are going to do like, welcome, Chief Whip, the Night Rider. We are going to break. And I want to bring it to your attention that I have made the following observation. When we come back to the sessions after this break, you come back highly energized. And sometimes it delays us unnecessarily. I'm just saying to you that if there is anything that makes you to take an overdose of energy, just reduce it. Tomorrow you still have the medium-term budget policy statement. So let's reduce on whatever we are taking during this break, so that it makes the next session easier for us to ride through. We will come back at 20 minutes past 7. Thank you so much. After this session,